Alright. Last we left off. I can say words.
Take two.
Last we left off. No, it just sounds weird.
We've said it too many times now.
The last time that we played a game, you found the first chicken on the rooftop. You've tracked more tracks of the chicken to the coast. Some of you are beginning the process of preparing for the decoration, the sundial, the star dial that you've had to create. Let's see. So I think we have two groups. We have one group that's going to the shore. We have one group that's headed, I think, to gather tools before going to the ruins. Is that right? Remind me a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were gathering tool. We dropped some material off, and we were going to go by Esmond's shop, I think, to pick up some tools before we went to the ruins. And I think we were trying to get Sal too, right?
The specific plan was to drop off the metal that we collected at the workshop, go to wherever Esmond would have made a deal at to go pick up tools, and we had instructed whoever it was, I think it was Shalati, to have Sal come and meet us at the ruins.
And who all is in that group? Can we get a reminder of who's in what group, please?
That group is Esmond, Doc, and O currently.
We don't have to do it now, but at some point, Casey was going to tell Kivith about having to work in the forge.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait for that scene.
I can go at any time.
Those characters aren't together yet, right?
No. Also, I had a bet with myself, just as how many buttons were going to be undone for Isaac today. I had 3. I don't know how many there are, but mine was 3.
I'm wondering who has a lower cut top, me or Isaac.
3 is correct.
Yes!
I can be slutty too, guys. Look at me.
I think Isaac's taller, so by absolute measurements, his is probably lower. But I don't know about relative.
I don't know, but this sounds like a competition. Every week.
Which bard can get sluttiest?
It's just like lower and lower.
Mm-hmm.
That assumes I'm a bard.
How's Casey
Doesn't
not
matter.
at least part bard? That's what I think. Kate thinks as an observer.
Yes.
Bards don't have a monopoly on sluttiness. Warlocks can be slutty too.
Anyone can be slutty. It's a world of infinite fantasy.
Are your
Okay, barbarians and rogues, fine.
Is that a good recap for you, Chris?
Yeah. Look up one thing here.
He asked us for a setup. We only had 5 minutes of distraction.
Yeah. A bell chimes above the door. You open the door into the workshop. See a couple sprockets go rolling across the ground. You hear Mulgood. Where is it?
Hey, Dad, I'm home.
Goblin pops head up.
Hey, yeah, we're just dropping off a couple things, then we're running back out for my for that secret project that I was, hush hush about all that.
Ooh. Yeah, you hear some things clatter. Jumps down a little ladder, comes running over. Peeks out. Do you have anybody with you?
Doc is here. I can't recall if O was still with us or no.
Okay. Yeah, he kind
Yeah,
of
I think I was coming with you.
leans over, peeks around. Do they know about it?
Well, they were going to have to figure out eventually. Yes, they know about it.
Make sure they sign the forms.
They don't have to sign forms, Dad. It's just it's like it's relatively casual thing. It's not like an actual contract thing.
Propriety matters.
Okay, I'll draw something up for them to sign later. Or we're just dropping off all this material before we head back out, though.
Okay, got everything you need.
Okay, great. Esmond will motion for the two to follow inside, and as y'all come to the workshop, it is it's a mess, but it's an organized mess. There's paper strewn about across several tables. That as Esmond comes in, he kind of collects and organizes a little bit and throws them back onto the table, so they're a bit more not spread out everywhere. And there is a workbench in the corner of the room that he pulls a cloth up and motions to put all the metal under that. It's like, right, put this there, and we'll go get our recent stuff and go to the ruins tonight.
Okay. Yeah, Ava's just following instructions.
Yeah, you see Mulgood pulls out a tape measure, measures Casey's left leg from ankle to knee, and runs off in the back.
What was that about?
Probably nothing. Might be something. It's definitely something. I don't know. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
All right. Metal's been dropped off in the workshop. Anything you're going to pick up while you're here?
Casey will pick up a heavy-looking tool, perhaps a larger wrench or something like that, and he's like, should we bring protection?
From what? We're going to the old ruins. There's nothing there.
I mean, you never know.
Well, sometimes, I guess, wild animals, of course, but...
I guess, but we haven't... Wild animals stopped coming there years ago because we kind of made it our space. They tend to avoid, civilization.
Yeah. Doc's had a particularly personal experience with the wild boar once, long ago. But that was some years ago.
There has to be at least one in every group who does that.
Is this the second time that someone's been, completely forgotten?
Your personal trauma.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm focused only on my personal trauma, thank you.
Are you going to start telling the story, Doc?
Oh, in character? No.
Good. Because it's so boring.
Yeah, so Esmond will say that, and immediately his mind will flash. He'll just look down at his feet, just it's never a bad thing to be too overprepared, I suppose.
Yeah, Casey will cut eyes to Doc and be like,
She'll demur from actually carrying a weapon. She has a small dagger on her, and she'll and has maybe a walking stick or something along those lines. That's about it.
no, you're probably right. As I'll flip the wrench in my hand and tuck it into my waist pouch.
Okay, but that's one of our. Just don't lose that one. That one we need for the automatons. Actually, though, not tonight, obviously, but late. Just don't lose that, please.
Of course not.
If you lose it, his dad's gonna take your leg as collateral. That's why he measured it.
I mean, robot legs might not be so bad.
That was more me probably than the character. Sorry.
She could be morbid.
I like that she's got a macabre sense of humor.
I feel like people who work in healthcare usually are.
It fits for Doc.
Coping mechanism.
All right. And so where are you guys going from here?
Similar to last session, where I described that as would have made deals in the previous year to go and gather material for making the lantern from smiths in town. He would have made a deal to go to borrow masonry tools from somebody else in town. So wherever that is, that's where we would be going next.
Okay. I think. Yeah, I think. Your best bet in terms of finding the proper tools that you're looking for are actually, again, going to be from the rough guts, the old dwarves that live in town. In fact, let's do a little bit of, let's do a little flashback. As you consider where you would get some masonry tools. Let's see. Let's do... Seifert. You are a much younger bunny. You standing at the heart of the town, in the town square. You're with the teacher, some of your other friends kind of running around there in the background. And you can see that there are blocks of cut stone that have been delivered on a pallet by train earlier in the day, and they've been brought to the heart of the town square. You can see that the town fabricator is in their robes, standing nearby. The teacher kind of gets your attention, points him and goes, look, there, about to begin. And you see as the town fabricator begins to gesture, moving their hands in ways strange, ritualistic to you. You see that there is a faint, almost afterimage to the flowing of their hands, then a flash of light. You see that the blocks of stone begin to fade and shift, and you can see that the portion of the wall that had collapsed there is piece by piece, almost as they're appearing one little section at a time, rebuilt. And he goes, This is a town's fabricator. They're responsible for all the construction of all the buildings and walls and all the things that make up our great town.
Her great big ears kind of pop up and swivel, and her nose kind of twitches. It's like weaving.
Indeed. In fact, any manner of craft that the fabricators are familiar with, they can very quickly create reproductions. If, for example, if your family shows them how to make a particular weave of skirt, just in moments, they can make a dozen. However, it's very important to know a fabricator can only make something in this way that they've been taught how to make, in the traditional sense. But once they know, once they've been taught, things can be made very, very quickly. It's how we make sure that people have homes. People have clothing that they need when it gets cold.
She stares up at him with wide copper eyes. They could make so many skirts.
Yes, just as long as they have enough materials.
She bounds off in a blur of bunny fluff to get a closer look, as close as she can get.
Are others there now too?
They could be, if you wanted.
Why can't they make something new, though? Like, something they just think up with their mind?
That's not the way the magic works, Casey. The fabricator has to understand the nuanced details of how something is constructed. It's not too much unlike the physiker. They have to know how to dress a wound and how the body functions in order to...
But there had to have been someone that did it first.
Seifert kind of like tippy toes up. Excuse me? Hello?
who are you doing that to?
To the machines.
Oh no, the fabricator is a person.
Oh, the fabricator is a person?
Yeah.
Okay, then to the person.
Yeah. I think this is like a tabaxi. The tail kind of swishes back and forth, and they turn and look at you, and their eyes widen a little bit. Oh, hello.
The teacher said that you could weave things. You just need to be taught how, right?
Oh, that's true. They kind of turn toward you, and they're quite a bit taller, so they kind of crouch down.
Her ears kind of nervously tilt back, but she steels herself again and kind of like holds out her very like sort of like a pine cone shaped basket dress that she's wearing, kind of like holds it out like this.
Oh. I could if I knew the details of the process.
Could I have 100?
Do you have the appropriate... these are grass made, are they?
Yes, they are.
Well, we'll need the appropriate amount of raw materials in order to make some.
She thinks about this really hard and then goes darting off very quickly into the brush.
Back in the present. Oh gosh, why am I blanking on? Back in the present, Esmond, you realize that the tools that you need aren't often used, but the dwarves that frequent the Dry Iron Pub, they may have some of the stuff that you need. They're not the friendliest group of people, but you're not exactly sure where else you could borrow it.
Oh, yeah, Kevin stepped away.
Oh, that's it.
Ez.
Then, meanwhile,
Casey turns to
What?
Doc.
I'm here. What? Shit. Fuck.
You were thinking about something.
I'm so deep in thought.
no, you were realizing that the tools that you need for what you want to do aren't probably your best bet to find them is to visit those dwarves at the Giant Iron Pub. But the problem is they're not the friendliest. They're not the friendliest folk. But they're probably your best bet at getting what you need.
So, about those tools. Jeez. We're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go ask the dwarves if we could use them for the night.
Really?
Oh no, that's not. We go in friendly, not looking for trouble, right?
No trouble at all. I mean, I'm sure Doc can sweet talk them into lending their tools. Right, Doc?
No, I don't mean. I think
It'll be fine. She'll take care of it.
Well, I mean, if you're so confident in her, I guess I'm okay with that too. Then, thanks, Doc.
no, I didn't.
Yeah, let's go.
And we head out.
Doc's expression as they travel, probably behind both of them, is her eyes a bit wide and down, sort of cast as she's trying to think over and over again of having to actually say these things or talk to people.
Nice. Meanwhile, the other group has reached the old mausoleum, sort of at the edge of town, on the coast, where the grass of the hilltops begins to fade into rock and jagged cliff. You can hear the sound of gulls, waves crashing against the rocks. It's very seldom that anyone visits this place, but on your way, you've spotted in the sand some interesting-looking tracks that you quickly realize to be a chicken headed farther down the coast. But you are at the mausoleum where you had planned to meet.
And everybody else is in this group besides the 3 who were in the previous one?
I believe so. There was something about Sal. Was Sal with you guys, and then he had been briefly told to meet later?
Shalati, when she sees the rest, she calls over to Sal. Sounds like Esmond and the others might need your help. Wait, hang on.
Sal.
I don't.
Sav!
I know. I was like, that's not right. Shit. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Okay. Sounds like Esmond and the others need your help and lifting some things later tonight down at the ruins. So
Lifting something? Throwing them on roofs?
I guess. I don't know. I didn't ask too many questions. They just said
fair
you would
enough.
be helpful in the evening, I think, after sunset, or maybe later at night.
Where was I supposed to meet him?
At the ruins, I think.
All right, well, let's finish up here first and I'll go see what they need. Probably something on a tall shelf they can't reach.
Standing outside the old Rain family mausoleum. This is a place that's from the town's ancient history. There was a family that lived here long ago. Very few people can visit this place, and it's in a little bit of a state of disrepair. There are old clay vases where flowers would have been left long ago, but the flowers have long since rotted, blown away in the wind.
What time of day is it right now?
I think we're in late afternoon, if I remember correctly.
And we are at the ruins currently, but we've seen chicken tracks.
No, you're at the mausoleum, which is
The
different
mausoleum,
from the
which is
ruins.
different from the ruins. Okay.
This is on the coast.
And did we have plans to meet with everybody here at the mausoleum, or no? We were meeting at the ruins later.
It was just me and the rest of them because Charlotte wanted to go back and get her sling, basically, when they were like, we're going to the coast. And also there's a big fucking footprint that was found. So
Okay, so do we have Shalati with the group already?
Yeah, everyone who's not in the workshop group is there with you.
Cyphered radars her ears while like kind of creeping carefully along the chicken tracks, occasionally glancing up to see if she can see where keep track of the direction that the tracks are headed.
Yeah, you move to where you saw them first in the sand, step out into the softer sand that squishes under your feet, kind of gets some between your toes, and you look down, seeing the trail of tracks down the beach, and you can tell that they head further along towards the cliffs.
Is there how visible is like the cliff area? like if there was a chicken on the side of the cliff, could I see it?
It's certainly possible, but there's a big there's the softer earth here in the sand and everything, where the fjord kind of moves out towards the cliffs, is a gentle landscape. When you get out towards the rougher water and the cliffs and the rock themselves, it's a pretty big expanse of land, and so potentially many miles. It's possible that you would see the chicken, but there's lots of opportunity for the chicken to be, be somewhere that you can't see it yet.
Okay. She'll kind of not at great speed, but not really trying to stay with everybody, keep hopping along, following them, kind of like scouting ahead, so to speak.
Charlotte will she's following behind, but since it seems like Cypher has the beat on the tracks, she's more keeping her eyes out towards the outer surroundings and the ocean.
Yeah. And as you guys move farther along the fjord toward where you actually get to the rocky coast itself, you reach a point where the soft sand is becoming instead rock, and you very quickly realize that the easy to follow tracks have faded, but the chickens seem to have been moving in a very consistently along the edge of the coast. But you reach a point where you realize where it's not as easy to follow the tracks anymore. If that makes any sense.
Cypher will kind of hover there. Do I see? Can I do like a perception kind of roll to see if I see anything?
Yeah. So as you look around trying to find more signs of the chicken, you can roll what is essentially going to be your character's like how good are they at survival and tracking, doing things in the wild.
Just survival, or could I choose to do like a perception based thing instead?
This is less about. There's lots of details to see. This is about knowing what to look for.
Okay.
Should I as well?
Yeah, anyone who's around is more than welcome to roll.
I think I'm here.
Array is an indoor cat.
That's just a flat 8 for Cyfred.
Okay. Yeah, so Cypher, you're trying to piece out. Okay, what do I look for? Shalata, you see a slight disturbance, just like the very edge of where a chicken claw might have scraped a little bit of stone. It's very, very small, very hard to see, but you managed to pick it out.
She taps Cypher on the shoulder and points toward a little scratch.
Having it pointed out, and am I able to kind of like pick through slowly, like following chicken evidence, or not? If not, Cypher will just follow Shalati and kind of like keep an ear out for any obvious chicken sounds.
Okay. Yeah, picking up something that you can follow. It's pretty easy to move along the edge of the coast. Before too long, you've traveled for a few moments. Shalati's able to pick out another little sign of a track. And as the landscape becomes more jagged, you begin to grade upward towards the cliffs. And pulling one piece of track then another, it has led you to the old mines from the town's history of its iron mines.
I think Shalate has fallen back as the land starts to get rougher and is basically helping people over rocks and particularly difficult passages, especially Araya, who seems, and Peach, who seem to be more indoor type of people.
She's like holding skirts in one hand.
Peach is giving it a good try, but also probably falling.
We're just like muddy from hips down.
All your white clothes.
Yeah, but before too long, the tracks have led you to the mouth of one of the caves of the old mines, and long in disuse. But you see one pretty clear chicken print in the dust.
You're telling me the chicken went in the mine?
What is a chicken even
Rat.
with a mine?
No, who gives
Shelter?
a care?
To get to the other side.
Cypher contemplates the mine shaft. What does the entrance of it kind of look like? Like, is it kind of like a like a hole in the ground, or is it like sort of shallow-ish?
Yeah, there's a shallow grade that's been worked into the mountain, and you think you have some vague idea. There's a system of shafts and tunnels. And long ago, this vein of ore was dried up, and the work here stopped. But the mines remain, just as a memory of that time.
Do we have any understanding about how dangerous they are?
I'm pretty comfortable in mines. Or, well, in mountains, in rocks. This is like home. The temple's built into the mountain.
Yeah, this is a place where nobody really comes here. You've typically been warned away from it. In times where you might have been along the beaches when you were younger kids, that it's not well maintained. It's dangerous. It's a place for grown-ups, and a place that hasn't been well taken care of.
Well, we aren't supposed to go in there. It hasn't been well maintained.
It doesn't seem safe. I don't know about it. What if you get hurt? What do we do?
Well, the
I'm
biggest
with
concern
Kabeth.
is if you get lost.
I'm not risking it over a chicken. I don't care.
Well, a chicken wouldn't go very far in. They'd probably just nest right at the entrance. They're not like cave. They're not I don't know any cave chickens.
What if we make chicken noises and the chicken will think it's their friends and they'll come out and we'll grab them then?
Well, we could just here, chicky, 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 chicky.
If you do that, won't it echo around the cave and confuse the chicken?
As if chickens ain't confused just by nature.
That's fair.
You hear a little echo of your voice as talking near the mouth of the cave.
I say a few steps in can't hurt. If we feel like it's too dangerous, we just turn straight around.
I mean, we did promise the chickens. I guess we have to get the chickens, don't we?
Seifert looks reticent, but ultimately eyes that chicken print. All right, well, we're just bird in daylight. Let's do our best and take it slow on this one. And she will enter first, unless someone objects.
I think Kibeth is right that we shouldn't all go at once. There's no reason to risk everyone.
Well, we only have to look a little. I'm gonna follow in.
Sal will follow as well.
If Sal's going, Peach will tail him, just kind of scampering along.
I was kind of like,
Seifert,
wait.
yeah, Seifert, hold on. Sal, maybe size is not a benefit in this particular case.
Oh, Sal.
Also, someone should stay outside in case it does collapse, so that we don't all die there.
Hang out with me. I don't really want to go in either.
Turns around and bumps his head a little bit,
At worst.
realizing the wisdom of what you just said.
Maybe we can all string out in a long line, stay within sight of each other.
We can hold hands. She grabs Araya's hand.
She'll squeeze your hand.
That sounds like a good idea.
How big is this cave entrance? Is it like 2 people wide, 10 people wide? Is it carved out?
You could probably stand 3 people side by side and have room to move in, especially here at the surface. You can tell, I think you even see the remnants of some old cart tracks, almost like railroad tracks, but a bit smaller. And you can see the scaffolding that's used to support the cave here at the front. Let me have actually everybody... I have everybody roll a, what should this be?
Mining skill.
It could be either your character's woodworking, how good they're at woodworking, or you could just do flat sort of intelligence.
Who else making the roll?
Anyone
wants to.
I feel like Araya is relatively smart, but I don't think it's her best thing.
Do we have any modifier for when we're particularly bad at something?
Like a minus a d4? Any strength roll for me.
I did okay. Yay!
Yeah, we won't have any minuses here yet, but just no bonus.
Dang, we are a great search party.
Whoa.
Yeah, Kai-Beth. Oh yeah. Overall,
This is like the extremes on either end, and then I guess Kibeth right in the middle. Oh no, Kibeth got the 20.
Yeah,
The folks that chose to stay outside chose for a reason. Like that, they're like, I'm gonna hang out, guard the front.
We'll say, Kibeth, you're kind of close to part of the scaffolding, and you look at it, and you've seen something like this before. Termites one time got into an edge of the post and parcel, and oh man, that was a pain to repair. And you can see some splinters and debris and dust and stuff like that kind of piled beneath part of one of the beams. You realize, ooh, that part's probably pretty brittle.
Oh, you guys look at the beams. They don't look so good. We need to be really careful. Don't bump it. Don't touch the walls. It doesn't have support anymore.
I bet you
Very-
one gold piece. That's
Very quietly. We're hunting.
Hunting. I bet you a whole gold piece. That chicken's on top of one of those fucking beams. Those darn beams.
Still holding hands, but kind of pulling into single file. Seyfried will creep very carefully forward, careful to kind of keep her ears like. I think since she's looking for stuff, she would have them bent really far forward, so that they're not like at full height. Kind of looking for any additional sign of chickens while moving as kind of carefully and slowly forward as possible. Careful footing.
I think Shalate is probably after Aria, unless Kibeth push forward to go after him.
Oh, I thought we were like abreast. Like
I think single file going into like a dilapidated mine, like basically like a rope made of people,
or a choo-choo train.
makes more sense than one solid wall of people that would all fall at the same point.
Conga line.
Yeah. A very trepidatious conga line.
So careful.
Shalate actually does not look scared, and she's not breathing in a way like scared, although her eyes are super wide and like the slits have narrowed down to very. Oh no, wait, no, the other way. The pupils have like widened up a ton so that to take in more light. Her hands are very, very steady and dry about Arias and Kibeth.
You take the first steps away from the entrance of the mine, just a little bit deeper in. It's not too long, just 12 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet before you're leaving the reach of the daylight going inside. The rest of the cave, the rest of the tunnel is pitch black for those who aren't able to see in the dark.
Who has dark vision?
Like with normal dark vision, or
Dark vision would, dark vision would suffice. If you don't have dark vision, it very quickly just becomes completely black.
let me check something.
I'll look for like any sort of like reason a chicken might come deeper, like bugs or something. I can't imagine.
Yeah, why is a chicken here in the darkness? How's it going? It does seem strange.
Yeah.
Maybe that's cooler chicken.
You look around for any signs of why a chicken might come into this place, and can't imagine any reason that a chicken would come to this place. It seems dark, uneasy. There's you hear even a little bit of like a little creak, perhaps, of the wood or the stone.
Are the tracks still going in? Are there still tracks here?
In the dust here, yeah, it's not too hard to pick out another little chicken track going deeper in.
Does it look like just the one, or are there two?
Just one.
These eggs better taste fucking delicious.
Sal's quiche has got to be worth it. Here, chicky.
I don't think I have dark vision.
So you very quickly sort of get to the point where the light from the day behind you is faded out. You realize, oh, dang. It's dark.
When Seyfried can no longer see, Araya would be able to feel as Seyfried's ears like swivel to the side and back, and her posture kind of seems unsure, and she kind of just like creeps to a stop, and says quietly, I don't think I can't see past here, so someone else should take the lead.
I can go up front, but stay. You know, you can go in the end and stay where it's more easier to see. I don't. This chick.
Just swap with me. So Seifert will swap with Araya, but will make use of her Leoprine senses and is in particular keeping an ear out, not even like not really relying on sight very much, just listening as like a help.
Does anybody have any string?
Not I.
Can I roll for it in my pockets? See if I have it?
Is there, well, if you think that it makes sense that your character would have some thread or string or something like that, that's totally fine.
Tie up packages. Guys, gotta tie up packages.
Package twine.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll say you realize, yeah, you've got a good, 10 to 20 feet of twine wrapped around a little piece of wood.
About that. Says, wait. I have something. She searches through one of her like satchels and pulls up this like brown twisted twine. It says, wait, I got twine.
How much? How long is it?
I don't know. I didn't measure it, but it seems pretty long. We can stretch it out and find out.
Maybe those of us who can see in the dark go ahead on the string, and then those who can't stay here, so that if we do get lost, you can at least go back towards the lights while you can still see the lights. I mean, wait here so that you can hear us, but I don't know if we want to shout or anything to keep track of each other.
Well, how far have we kind of gone in at this point?
I think like 20 feet in or so.
Somebody has a candle?
I have a knife and a flint, but no lantern. I think if we're only 20 feet in, then I think Charlotte is going to call back very softly. Zaha? Peach? Do either of you have a candle?
Hang on, let me check my character sheet.
Your what?
My bag.
Because how did you get one of Ava's profiles?
Yeah.
Did people already take equipment? Because
you guys don't have character sheets yet. No, just at this phase, like if you think it legitimately makes sense that your character would have this thing, it's fine if you have it. We just said like, but think about why would you have that and where'd it come from?
I don't think Peach would have a candle on her person.
I actually might. Beth does a lot of late night reading.
Sal definitely would not. The risk of wax melting anywhere on or around him during this season would be unspeakable.
I will say where Seifert, where the cave starts to curve to the left there, and if you continue any further, it's just completely dark. You maybe get a chance to glance back at the mouth of the cave. Who's still back at the mouth of the cave and is not going in with everyone?
It's Peach and Sal.
Yeah, you can just barely make out Seifert looking back at you.
Can I have a candle? Beth does a lot of reading. Sometimes it's late at night.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's say you have a little stub of a candle, just like about an inch of candle left.
Charlotte will pull out her flint
and
and
she's like, here,
knife
take it.
and try to spark sparking the light.
Okay.
I guess it would make sense if I have Tinder, if I have Clinton, and I. So.
Yeah, that would make sense. Is Shell pretty good at these sorts of things, like starting a fire with flint and steel?
I mean, I think she is probably average of people who have to do it regularly. But she probably has to do it fairly regularly, so.
Okay, yeah, and then probably for you this is pretty routine. It just takes a moment, and then for Peach and Sal looking there in the cave, you see a little flame, orange compared to the bluer day, come to life there in the back of the cave, and some light spreads out. And Cypher, you can see a bit better. You start to be able to make out the walls, the ceiling of the cave around you. The light doesn't extend very deep, but you at least have your bearings now. You can see your friends.
Peach calls down from the entrance. Y'all did that on purpose, right?
Yes. Shh. We don't want to shut down the cave. We're going deeper. If we scream, we're probably dead.
Why are you going deeper? This chicken, it's not worth it.
Stop screaming!
Think of how scared the chicken must be to be in the dark.
I guess Charlotte will pass the candle up to Arya to pass it to Cypher.
Cypher will hold it very carefully and kind of creep forward. Is there any sign of a chicken around the corner here?
Peek around the corner, you look, scan the ground. No sign of a chicken, but you do see a little footprint in the dust.
A footprint?
Chicken print.
Oh, okay. Another chicken print. This is a brave chicken. Okay. So, and about how far ahead does the light give me?
Single candle.
On dark vision.
Yeah, single candle, not real far, but it's just enough light to where, like, you can see the ground, you can see where you're stepping.
Araya, do you see anything?
I will look my best.
Yeah, you guys look forward in the tunnel. It winds deeper. You see more scaffolding that holds up the ceiling, more wooden beams. The tunnel goes much deeper.
Is it still relatively small angle? Kind of like, is it
it's
still kind of shallow?
very, very shallow. There's still the remnants of old the push cart tracks here. Bits of metal.
Okay, as long as we're still on top of where the tracks are, Cypher will continue carefully forward, keeping an eye out for chicken tracks, but particularly given the limited sight, relying upon any kind of chicken sounds in this cave, basically, right?
I'm trying to find good nesting spots.
Sal and Peach, you see your friends turn the corner, and the candlelight vanishes.
I'm feeling less than comfortable about this without me there with them. Also, the term chicken as a synonym for fear is getting less and less embedded in my vocabulary with our rooftop daredevil and our spelunking friend today. I believe that may have just been hogwash.
Also, how bad is the Fairfoot house that they'd rather live in a cave? Right? Like, that must be a terrible coop.
Just
Didn't
wait.
look poop.
Just wait till Sal learns about hogwash.
So many mysteries in the world to uncover.
I know, this place gives me a weird feeling, Sal. It doesn't feel right that a chicken went down there. It's weird. It's giving
Well,
me
we'll
the, I
watch
don't
the
know.
front, so at least nothing can follow them in.
That's true. Maybe I'm just anxious because of everything that's going on because we're leaving.
Well, do what you always do when you're anxious. Just start humming or whistling or singing some tune. Calm right down.
Yeah, come right down until Shalata yells at me for being too loud, and I don't want to be too loud.
Lottie ain't
But
gonna yell in that cave.
all right, I'll just sit here quietly and yeah, I'll hum a little something, just real quiet.
I
Meanwhile,
will start playing a little beat on his knee to keep time for her, and then we can drift off.
meanwhile, the Dry Iron pub. The other group finds himself standing outside the door. Drunken sailor kind of stumbles out, bumps into you, gives you a look, wanders on. His door swings closed. You can see the interior. Low light aside from the small windows. Far back of the Dry Iron pub, you see an old dwarf sitting there at one of the tables. Still on right now. He has a large mug in front of him.
Here's the thing, Doc. They're dwarves, yeah? That means you have to be straightforward, to the point. Don't waste your time, but don't be short with them. They're sure enough to be short enough for the lot of us. You've got this. Slaps her on the back.
And Doc fumbles forward. She has in her hand a thing of a small pad of paper with many lines that she'd been scribbling on it throughout the time as they walked across town, and sort of moves towards the table where there is a singular dwarf sitting. Is that correct?
Yeah, you just see one of them there by themselves at the moment.
I would flank Doc.
All right, she walks up to the table, I suppose, and stands there for a moment, gripping her paper, looking down at it, and looking occasionally, like just over and over. And she just stands there for a bit.
Yeah, as you stand there for a moment, maybe a moment too long, this old gray-haired dwarf kind of squints over at you.
Good evening, and thank you all for coming. Once again, the Blooming Festival is upon us. As you may know, each year, the senior class is tasked with assisting this annual event. Two of the most important elements are providing the central decoration and customary gift to the class teacher. Our teacher is the Honorable Gilgame. This year, we are the senior class. We would appreciate your contributions to assist in our success for this long-standing tradition. Please loan us your mining tools. Thank you.
The bartender stopped cleaning their glass. The dwarf at the table there has their mug like halfway raised toward their mouth. Beady eyes just staring at you.
Doc takes a step back, actually, so that both Casey and or Esmond, if they are both flanked there, are standing a little bit in front, unconsciously. The second she's done reading.
Casey had a strange look on his face the whole time, but when she finishes, he raises an eyebrow and smiles and bangs on the table. Here, here! Here, here!
The bartender glances at some of the old antiquated mining tools on the walls, and then back at you. It says, give me 1 sec, actually, make sure.
It's really good, Doc.
Her hands are shaking just a little bit. She's staring at the ground and gripping onto that pad of note.
Esmond is just silent after that performance and is just staring around to see everyone else's reactions.
The bartender is not as tall as Sal, but much broader in the shoulders. Sort of a green-hued furbolg that you know to be named Lowry. He looks at you and says, Mushu got his on for display. It's old. No time. Another owner. Not going to be much use to you. You can see the dwarf sitting there at the table. Takes a drink from his mug, some foam kind of left in his mustache. Continues to stare.
Do you have any tools that we could any new non-antiquated tools that we could use for the evening, return to you by morning, for our project?
A long time since it's done any mining in this town. Mine's all dried up.
Then you're not in immediate use of your tools, then, are you? Casey puts his foot up on the bench, stands up straight there. See, we are in need of mining tools in the immediate. And if you have some that could be useful, would you be so kind as to lend them to us?
The dwarf reaches up, wipes the back of his hand across his mustache, wipes away some of the foam. What are you doing with him?
We plan to take him up to the old ruins to break up some rock for a special project for the upcoming festival.
Ruins?
My good sir, it's going to be quite the sight. When you see the unveiling during the festival, it will be like nothing you've ever seen. And obviously due credit will be given to you for use of your tools in the creation of such a magnificent spectacle.
What business you young'uns got breaking up the old ruins? Can't you leave it well enough alone?
Not breaking up the ruins, simply using a part of it in a manner that...
Changing this, changing that, everything's always changing. Go away.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for your time.
Nope. I'm going to grab Doc if she tries to walk.
Okay, you stop her.
Holding Doc behind me and say, the thing is, change can be a good thing. It's why the town is what it is today. And those that resist change tend to get left behind. You don't want to be left behind, do you, good sir?
I don't want to be left behind. Want to be left behind right now, but you.
Well, surely, I mean, another drink here, perhaps?
Fresh with the mines, tools, stay on ruins. Stay away, get away from the mines. Get out of here.
We're not going to the mines.
Good.
We just would like to use some decent tools that have been kept in decent shape for the evening. Not even for the whole evening. Just
you leave those ruins alone, boy.
Well, then can we perhaps use your tools in the workshop? We do have some things there that need finely crafted tools, if you would be so kind.
Lowry at this point is kind of glancing back and forth between you and says, maybe I can help you out with something. What are you What do you need? Leave the old man alone.
Esmond will leave the dwarf and walk over to the bartender. Thank you. I think we could just get away with maybe 1 or 2 pickaxes and some shovels. We just need to break up some stone to bring back to my workshop.
Oh, thought you meant you need tools for the workshop. All the pickaxes and the shovels here. The farmer might have something, but the mining equipment, it's too old. It's falling apart.
Is there another way to break up stone without those types of tools? The project that we had come up with kind of requires stone on our part.
Sometimes there are shipments of stone. I mean, maybe one of the fabricators can help you out.
Chris, out of character question. The dwarf, the drunk dwarf, is he's from town. He's lived here for as long as we have. Longer.
Long time.
Okay. Do we know where he lives?
Yeah. They have, there's a house in town.
Okay, we'll think of something. You said one of the farmers may have some tools. Do you know which ones?
Oh. Well, if you need shovels, I mean, everyone's got shovels. Take a visit out to the Cadney Ranch. They probably got some.
To the which ranch?
The Cadney Ranch.
Okay, well, we'll do just that. Thanks for your help. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Glenn Fairfoot's probably got a shovel. It's pretty close by.
As they turn to leave, Casey taps as one moment, and he turns back to the dwarf at the table, puts both hands on it. My disappointment in you knows no bounds. You'll never escape your past with that attitude. And he turns and leaves.
Esmond is just frozen for a second, looking back and forth between O and the dwarf, and then just rushes after O.
Is Doc? What's Doc doing?
Oh yeah, she was. I imagine that probably Esmond drags her along as she leaves. She's just sort of awkwardly there, and she follows him out.
As they're leaving, Casey will slap Doc on the back and say, "You did well. It's the dwarf is too set in his ways."
Why antagonize the angry drunk man? Oh, what did that accomplish?
Antagonize. It's just trying to shake him out of the drunken stupor that he's in.
I don't know, man. I don't know if that's your place to say anything.
You need not piss his life away in this tavern. If he opens his eyes, but alas, we can't help everyone.
Okay, sure. All right, let's run to the Fairfoots and the Cadney Ranch, and let's see if we can pick up some tools from there. I have I haven't thought, depending on what all we can get from those places. But let's hit those two up first.
Wait, what about the extra stone from the docks? What if we just got it from there?
As a last resort, that'll do. I was really counting on being able to use the stone from the old ruins. Gilgane is a huge history buff. I would have figured that a star dial made from the stone of the old ruins would be amazing for him.
That's true. Okay.
And we'll head to the Cadney Ranch and to the Fairfoot home and see what we can get from there.
Okay. Which place do you want to go to first?
We'll go to the Cadney Ranch first.
All right.
There goes the happy music.
Meanwhile, back in the caves, you've leading the way, the candle having burned down just a bit, wax now dripping onto. Who's holding the candle?
Cypher.
Okay, yeah. There's wax dripping onto the ground, kind of at your feet. You hear the wet splatter of it, but the people leading the way have come to a stop, presumably, because Aurea and Shalati, you would guess you've traveled 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes into this cave, and you've come to what seems to be a portion that must have caved in. A portion of it must have collapsed. And what you see are wooden boards that stretch across a gap. 3 wooden boards.
Is there a path for the chicken to fit? Honestly, Aurea will kind of turn to the others. Why don't we just camp out at the front of the cave? There's nothing for the chicken to eat or drink in here. Has to come out sometime.
She also nods with that, absolutely, but she is studying the boards. So when you say the boards are stretched across the pile, do you mean they're like to brace it up or to cross it?
No, there's a gap where the floor collapsed. And
the floor, okay.
Yeah, there's a gap where there are wooden planks that have been set across the front of it.
But how wide is the gap and how sturdy do the planks look? Or are they the same shape as the braces?
Yeah. The gap is probably about 15 feet or so. The boards, not really sure. Go ahead and roll essentially your character's, again, your ability to sort of investigate these sorts of things, or perhaps your knowledge of woodworking.
Can others of us investigate this as well?
Yeah, anyone who's there and present and looking.
Maybe the next one will be 12. 15.
Yeah, you will say this, Aurea, looking at those boards, you feel pretty confident, with maybe the exception of Sal. As long as you went one at a time, that would probably hold you. Cyfred, you notice something else. These boards are much fresher than the rest of the wood that's used for the scaffolding.
She kind of sniffs the air and then like leans in towards the boards and sniffs the air around the boards. These are newer. They're not the same as the other boards in here. chickens did not put these boards down.
Celeste pets the snake that's been curled around her neck, and then kind of waves the feather from the chicken that they still have underneath it, and then just like points the snake toward the board and sees if it seems to evince interest in that direction, or is like, eh.
I think the snake, the methodology that you're using to interact with the snake, is this?
It's just animal friendship, basically.
Animal friendship. Okay. Yeah, I think the see the flick of the tongue, and the snake's interested in the feather. Liked the scent, but you also I think notice it's a similar level of interest. The snake already kind of had picked up the scent.
Well, I don't think there's a reason for all of us to go over this.
How wide is this gap?
About 15 feet or so.
Do we know what a standing jump normally covers?
Your strength score.
We don't have scores. Ugh.
Yeah. So I mean something like a. You can comfortably
0 feet.
Yeah, I would say you could safely, reliably, with a running jump, cover 5 feet pretty easily.
Is there enough room so there's enough room from this to run? And then I have my sling staff.
There's definitely enough room to run. The issue is the ceiling's so low that the kind of arc that you would usually want to clear a 15-foot gap, you're not going to get.
I'm extra good at jumping, but I don't think I can jump that if the board fails.
Well, does it look safe, or do we just? I'm going to try it, and then she's just gonna walk forward, and will start to inch her way across as quickly as she can without actually thudding.
Okay. So yeah, Shal, as you move very quickly, deliberately, carefully as you can across this board, give me a little test of your character's kind of sense of balance.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Can I see how deep it is?
Yeah, I think you have dark vision, right? Yeah, you see some jagged stone down beneath. You would estimate 40, 50 feet drop. Yeah.
Second one's much better.
Nice. Yeah, you take
So
a
it's 19.
Yeah, the board wobbles just a little bit under your feet, but you manage to keep your balance. You get about halfway across, and you hear a creak and a crack in the board, but you make it all the way across.
I don't recommend falling. It's a long way. Also, I heard the crack.
There are 3 boards. You will say you went across the center board.
Remember, you got to be able to come back.
Seyfried nervously eyes the small candle that is her only source of light down here. Seyfried looks pretty seriously concerned at this point.
Look.
Shalati, if if you don't see anything like right ahead of you, I don't think that we have the equipment we need to look any further than this. Like, what crazy chicken has gone in this far? And her
I think-
like nose twitches, a telltale nervous sign.
That makes some sense.
We can just wait for it outside the cave. It'll come back out.
How long would we wait though? I will look ahead. There are 3 boards across this thing, and so one person can cross twice and one person can cross once if they all crack. So stay back there. I will look ahead.
Yeah, no one else is crossing this thing.
Yeah, I don't.
Careful.
She nods and turns around, and starts to head on after the chicken tracks with the her staff kind of like feeling the way in front of her.
Then you take some careful steps ahead, and the tunnel turns another corner. You quickly come to a chamber where you can see several old mine carts. One of them's turned on its side. They're covered in dust. No one's sort of been there, kind of for a while. You see leaning against one of the carts 2 pickaxes and a shovel.
Too bad I don't know that they need these things. She continues onward without looking at them and is keeping her focus on chicken tracks.
Mm-hmm. So, looking out for these chicken tracks. Let me see. Roll. No, we don't have to roll for it. You're keeping an eye. You have a keen eye looking for tracks in this moment. And in the dust in this room, you see something that you did not see before. You see boot prints in addition to a couple of these chicken tracks. The dust is disturbed. You see very clearly the edge of a boot. Lots of movement in this room. And kind of from this chamber, there are not only the way that you came, but there are 3 other potential tunnels.
She goes very still on seeing the boot and kind of retreats to put her back against the side of the wall and like is looking around to see if there's any other signs, like
looking around.
Fires, bedrolls.
You don't immediately see anything, but go ahead and roll an investigation kind of roll.
Can I do a perception at any point?
Perception would be fine here. I'll just give you, what you see without like the reason behind it. Ooh, that's a 14 on the die. Or 14 total with the addition. So you pick out a couple things. You can see that in one of the, I don't know if that's the right word, one of the sconces bolted into the wall, there's a torch there that's burned down, but it's fresh, it's not old. And you can see some ash, black char on the ground beneath it. So it was used kind of recently, perhaps. You see that the majority of the tracks are going from the left, like they go back and forth from the left to the right tunnel. There's nothing going in the tunnel, they go straight ahead.
Okay. She grabs the torch from the sconce and is going to backtrack to, as quietly as she can, back to where the others are, and waves her arm until someone makes a sign of noticing her, and then we'll toss the torch across, and then say quietly, "We found this, so hopefully it will last longer than the candle."
It's completely burned down.
Oh, there's like no burnable part left?
Yeah, it's all used up.
Okay, in that case, then she would not do that. She's just going to keep going forward then, but quietly as possible, and just like looking confused, but not yet apprehensive, just weirded out.
Okay. Yeah, so there are 3 potential ways to go. Basically left, forward, and right. And you saw that most of the boot prints are going on the left and the right. Roll another check for the...
Yeah, but where's the chicken?
It's a 14 with an 8 plus a 6. Yeah, you catch a solid chicken print that is on top of one of the boot prints. It's fresher than the boot print.
Okay. Is it going into the tunnel? Which tunnel is it going toward?
The one on the right.
She will head for the right then.
Okay. Yeah, you move into another short section of tunnel. You come to another. You come to a section where there are some planks of wood leaned against the wall. You can see that looks like another portion of the floor that must have caved in. But there are boards strewn all the way across the entire gap, and it's only about 4 feet or so.
No chicken in here either.
You don't. You see a chicken track where you are right now, but you have to be pretty close.
Okay. Just muttering very quietly, just, what the fuck is this chicken doing? And she will keep going forward.
Yeah, you cross
Actually, I guess she'll check the wooden boards just in case, since the last one kind of broke.
Yeah, you put a foot on it. Seems pretty stable. You also realize, having gotten the context from previously looking, that the boards here are much fresher than the surrounding wood. Yeah, but you managed to cross that really easily, get to the other side. Go ahead and roll that perception again. Okay. It's a 15 plus 1 for a 16. But here across the boards, you lose sign of the tracks. No more signs of tracks of boots or signs of chicken prints past the boards.
On the other side?
Yeah.
How far does the passage go?
You can see that the tunnel continues farther down and winds a bit. You're not sure how much farther it might go.
Okay. I think she's going to, depending on how long she's been moving, she'll try to go about 10 minutes-ish or so from the original time when she left the others. So how much time has passed plus whatever is enough to take up 10 minutes and then she'll start heading back.
Yeah. You take some careful steps, looking out for more tracks, seeing where the tunnel might go. You don't see any more boot tracks. You don't see any more chicken tracks. You're just stepping in dust. Turn a corner, looking in the dark.
I just had a thought, but I don't actually know if she would figure this out.
No, but that's fine. If you, if you as the player have an interesting idea, as long as it's not like something modernly technical, then it's fine.
She is going to backtrack and then pick up one of the edges of the board and look under it.
Oh, yeah. You go back, you lift one of the boards. You can see there's a space beneath it.
What's in the space?
Yeah, it's just about maybe a 5-foot drop down in there, and then it looks like there's some space where, like, tunnel that crosses beneath that goes left and a little bit to the right.
Is there like fresh air or anything coming out of there?
No.
It's just stale. Okay. If it's been about 10-ish minutes, then I think she'll head back to the others. And will recount what she saw. And as she says, actually, I'll just do it in character because I might change some things. When she gets back to that, she kind of whisper calls across. So, It seems there are others here. There were some fresh boot tracks, a burnt torch, which was all burnt out otherwise. It would have brought it back. And they went through 2 tunnels, and it seems that they went down into down a passage, like down into the ground, a passage where there was another tunnel, and I think the chicken went that way. I really don't know what sort of adventure this chicken is having.
Well, do you think the chicken's gonna come back out then? Probably not. Not if there's people, right?
There were people there, and the hole was covered over with more boards, completely covered over. I only went back to look at it because there were no more tracks, and I thought that was strange. So unless it can lift, it would be the strongest chicken I know to lift those boards.
Well, the boards weren't like flush. There was just enough of them that completely covered up like the thing.
Oh, okay. It's possible it could wriggle out, but that's... Well, I suppose I shouldn't put anything beyond these chickens now.
These are amazing chickens. No wonder why they lay good eggs. But, well, I mean, I think it's unwise to go further without, like, a rope or something. Maybe...
Or an adult.
Well, an adult
Yeah,
wouldn't
almost
even go in
adult.
for a chicken. Unless... Who do you think's hiding in here? Have we seen any people around town? Or...
I mean, it sounds like someone is doing some kind of work down here. I wouldn't know one way or the other if there was some like business going down in here. I'm not really part of the like digging holes circuit these days. But I don't know. I think we've gone as far as we can go right now. I definitely don't like the idea of sending even just 1 or 2 of us down into a completely separate tunnel even deeper in this thing.
Yeah.
Do we come back later then with rope and torch, lanterns, and things to recover this chicken?
Yeah, we didn't know the chicken was going to be like a spelunking chicken.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Bill or Clementine, but damn.
Clementine.
Seifert assesses that very carefully.
Pretty sure.
Doesn't seem to make a determination.
Araya smiles, but sorry, not Araya. Shalate smiles, but it's probably too dark to really see.
I see it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Seifert extends her free hand and kind of beckons, Lottie, we should get out of here. And she'll kind of like reach forward to help Shalati back across the chasm.
Shalati will cross back using one of the boards that she didn't use before, and is holding her staff out in front of her just in case it breaks.
Yeah, you hear a little creak of the board, a little bit of cracking of wood, but you make it across.
Think light, think light, think light. Definitely more light next time.
So you guys are headed back to the entrance?
Yeah, I think back to the entrance to kind of regroup and talk about what we've found.
Okay. Back at the entrance while they're traveling, Sal and Peach. They've been gone for a while now.
Half an hour's a long time to be wandering around in a dark cave.
I mean, they wouldn't have got lost, right? Can
Well,
Seyfried even see in the dark?
I don't know. So we just wait till they come back. Nothing we can do as long as we're not going in there after them.
No, that would be foolish. They go in after the chicken, we go in after them, then somebody comes after us. I think one of us should tell a damn grown up, right? It's Fairfoot's chicken, and it's that ran in here. We found it. He's in here. Go retrieve him yourself, right?
But we said we'd do it, and we have a responsibility now.
Yeah, we didn't say we'd risk our lives and mine, though. I mean, what if we go in there and it collapses around us, around you, Sal? You are a big boy, my friend. You could, you know, hit a slack tight and suddenly it's good night, everyone.
Safford already very eloquently made that point when she told me to stay outside. So yes, I'm not going in.
So then it would be me going in. So you're sending me off to my death? I thought we was
No,
friends, Sal.
I'm not telling you. We should just be patient, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm being patient. I'm sitting here humming along. You're saying, oh, it's taking so long. Oh, something bad must have happened. Oh, maybe you should take some action. But then you're like, not. You got to
I was
pick a
really,
side, Salinger Moral.
I was just trying to make conversation to pass the time because it'd been a while.
I'm nervous as hell for them, though.
Yeah, I can tell.
Why do you want to make conversation about that?
Sometimes making conversation calms people down when they're nervous.
Not when you talk about the friends who are in danger.
This was clearly a terrible idea. How about we just take a quick step away from the mouth of the cave, maybe look over at the coast there just a little while, and they'll be back before we know it.
That's a good idea. Let's take a few steps outside just in case it does suddenly collapse by some horrible fate of nature.
Yeah, it's not too long after you've kind of stepped off to the side with a view of the jagged coastline there to the east of the caves. Rough, dark waters crashing against the rock down beneath. You can see there's an expanse of an oblong kind of stony island that sort of blocks the mouth of the fjord that helps to break the waves, create calmer waters in the bay that lead to the harbor of the town itself. Just moments later, you begin to hear maybe some movement, and your friends emerge from the cave.
Hey, everybody. We weren't even worried for a second. You found the chicken?
Danica, sorry. My bad.
Danica manifests in the air above us all.
No, please. Seyfried, relieved to be back where she can more comfortably see, kind of bounds bounds over to them, and kind of bounds over. You'll never believe what we found and didn't find.
Well, I would believe you found the chicken, so no chicken.
Charlotte spreads her hands and they're empty, except for the snake around one arm.
You know, I heard that these chickens were really smart, but I didn't think that would translate to a spelunking specialty. This chicken, we followed chicken tracks way further down there than any chicken has any right to go into an old mine. But even more interestingly than that, we also found some fresh boards, and Shalati found boot tracks and like a secret tunnel with other tunnels, and it was very very dark and windy down there. So we decided to hop back and regroup.
Fresh like a person had made them? Like recent?
Fresh, like not an abandoned ancient mine.
Well, that's disconcerting at the very least. Couple that with the wrecked gate and the weird lizard track or whatever that creature was. We probably ought to tell the local authorities.
Yeah,
Somebody a
that's
little
what I'm
more
saying.
qualified.
I think that's beyond our responsibilities, Al. Yeah.
Well, the lizard track, or the tracks that we saw at the farm, certainly aren't the same as the boot tracks that we found inside the mine. That's two completely different things happening.
I'm not saying they're related, but I also don't believe in coincidences. And that's two strange things in a single day. And that's enough for me to want to tell somebody who wants to look into strange things when all we're trying to find is a chicken and some eggs, in whatever order.
Well,
Seifert looks skeptical at this.
there was another chicken though. So I mean, cave chicken could wait. Or we could wait for cave chicken to come out.
She set a trap for cave chicken, right? And put some food out and a little thing, and maybe it'll get lured out by the promise, because there ain't any food inside that cave, right? Certainly not chicken feed.
Unless the people in there brought chicken feed.
Well, if there are people in there with
we
that
didn't
chicken, we're
see-
not going to get them from it.
We didn't see any like feed and stuff on the in the dirt when we were in there. But speaking of traps, it seems to me that there is maybe a pretty simple and quick way of figuring out who's messing around in the not so abandoned mine.
A stake.
We knock on their door.
Knock on the door? Well, it didn't seem like anyone was home as far as we could tell, right?
That's true. The torch was out. And the chicken tracks were fresher than the boot tracks.
So whoever goes into that mine next, if they go farther than us, might grab our chicken before we can grab our chicken.
The great
chicken. And that chicken won't fly. If we set some kind of totally harmless trap that maybe deters our mine dwellers from going into the mine, we can also keep an ear out for anyone that complains in town, and we will know who it is without even having to stake this place out all night.
Do we have any chicken feed? Do we have any corn or anything? Can we set a chicken trap?
I had that leftover stuff from the tavern.
We have your packaged twine.
Kipeth, did you still have the what I don't care, what was it that you ordered that you brought? Please tell me they were chicken fingers. That'd be hilarious.
She's carrying a plate of, I think they were cheese sticks. Yeah, it might be empty by now, but she definitely still has the plate.
Did you still have any cheese curds left?
She holds up the plate. She goes, I was hungry. No.
It's probably like a little tin.
I mean, I'm sure one of us had, Peach would have some food on her, not chicken feed particularly, but I don't imagine that she's the sort of, girl who works in food service who doesn't, make sure she brings, some snack along with her.
What snacks?
Her friends are,
What snacks do you have with you?
What's next? Probably, I imagine that the Wanderlust does like spicy pies. So I imagine she has like maybe like a couple of like folded hand pies, like wrapped in wax paper. Chicken hand pies.
Okay, you have.
And so she
You got
breaks
some
off the.
pies.
I've got some crust. We can use something.
Describe to me, like, is this in your backpack? Why do you have these pies? Tell us about these pies.
I mean, these pies they're almost like empanada size, so they're like the size of your palm. And when we were creating the Wanderlust, Chris, you said known for their spiced pies, and I thought that was a great idea. The idea of having a portable spiced pie, something that somebody could easily bring into a mine, and I know that it's been used throughout all different cultures as a thing, and so it makes sense. So I imagine she has a couple of like turnovers or pasties, all kind of the same sort of like meat and vegetable in a little pastry shell.
Okay, yeah, you know you're going to be taking a walk out to the farm, and yeah, you picked yourself a little snack. We'll say this was going to be your lunch, but yeah, you realize. Oh well.
I mean, this could be chicken lure, chicken bait.
Kabeth, do you have that twine?
Isn't the twine like who had possession of the twine? Because we had it out.
Were we actually using it for anything, or
No, I
did we
think
just identify that we had it and then
we
didn't end
talked
up
about
using
it briefly and then realized that we had a candle instead. So
I've got all kinds of things in my pockets. But oh yeah, hang on. And she starts rummaging around in her pants, and she goes, "Wait, where did I put it? Oh, here it is."
Seyfried grabs it and then quickly sets to work. She sort of like creates a loop, steps on one end, like very quickly weaves a very open weave net out of twine, like small, limited supplies, but like just enough that you could kind of snag a chicken in it for use in a trap.
Okay, yeah, being incredibly experienced working with in the art of weaving, I don't think it's hard for you at all to quickly come up with an improvised sort of net here from the twine. It is certainly small, but if with the right application, could tangle a chicken.
Are there any like never mind. I had a thought, but then remembered that the people were wearing boots, so useless thought.
well, should we go back and see if we can find signs of the third one, or
Yeah.
what time is it? No.
Sun's gonna be setting soon.
So the others might be waiting for you, Sal.
Oh, right. My errand to the ruins. We all gonna head back to town together first? It's on the way.
I think so. I think I am minded to come back out with more better stuff for spelunking. That is a good word, spelunking.
Well, at the very least, we know that there is one chicken in here. So, do we want to set a small chicken trap on the off chance that the chicken tries to find its way back out across the chasm and up through the other tunnel and such? Or do we want to set like a little, maybe just like a little inconvenient, harmless people trap?
Isn't that just what you did? And she points at the thing that Cypher just put together. I thought that was the chicken trap.
She made a net.
Oh,
the
okay.
The net could be used for either version of a small type trap.
We
Sorry,
should
I did not
both.
realize you had not finished.
Just let's maybe dig a hole, and we can cover it over with the net or something, and anything will fall into that.
But why do we want? I do not want to catch a person. I want to catch chickens.
No, Seyfried said I want to catch a person. She said people trap.
I'm just saying we could inconvenience someone so that someone else doesn't go in and get the chicken before we have a chance to go back in and get the chicken. But I don't think that chicken is coming out of there.
But what if they fall and hurt themselves and then the tide comes in?
No. Something. Oh God, does the tide come in far enough to fill up the mine?
No, you're way above. The mine's way above.
Okay, all right. Scratch that last bit then.
No. I just mean something inconvenient. It was disconcerting to see that there was recent activity here in the mine. I think it would probably be disconcerting for someone who thinks that they are secretly doing mine business to find pretty clear evidence of some sort of tampering or tomfoolery that might dissuade them from going in and might also cause them to complain out loud in town. Or we could watch it, or we've got some options. We've got some options for seeing who is messing with this or trying to scare people off from it without seriously hurting anyone, obviously.
I'm just saying, I mean, it could easily be one of our siblings. At least I could see him better poking around in the mines.
One of our
reason. Maybe not yours, not without
doing work in there, with boots and planks and.
That's not work. That's just hiding, like a secret hideout.
Pardon me for interrupting, and just point of clarification since I wasn't in there myself. How far along did you go down that path before you started seeing boot prints?
Well, it was over the first place where the floor fell in, and that was whatever the DM says was foreign.
It was like 15-20 minutes-ish.
15-20 minutes-ish.
That is funny, come to think of it. There weren't any boot prints for that entire first part.
Leads me to believe they probably didn't go in or are going to come out from this entrance. Chicken might. I think we go with the chicken trap. That's my vote anyway.
Oh, there was another hole though. Wait, did the boot prints really start after the first hole?
Mm-hmm. They didn't start
after the new boards.
They weren't there until the chamber with the minecarts, and none of the tracks went the way Shao had come from, and didn't go straight ahead either. They only came from the left and the right.
There were 3 passages I forgot to mention.
Oh. We should draw this out on a map while you still remember and it's fresh in your mind.
And we should also tell someone. I'm telling you, it's Fairfoot's chicken, right? If we're gonna risk our necks going to get it.
Right, but isn't it kind of exciting to have a mystery that's for us?
Also, if we tell someone else about where the chicken is, then the jig is up, and that's not our chicken, and those are not our eggs. So if we don't try first, then we definitely won't get it.
If we get hurt going after this chicken, and then we'll get in big trouble with our parents, and then the adults will be mad at us, and they'll be like, why did you go after this chicken? Because it seemed like a really bad idea, and you should really just have not done that.
Well, but Kabeth, that's what being careful's for.
But won't they be happier if we just tell them that the chicken went into the cave, and then we'll say we didn't go in there, and then we get rewarded for being smart and not doing stupid things.
Everyone left in the town is old or very young. I can't see old man Barefoot going down into the mine. I can't see physical Teredian doing it.
Oh, that's true. Fairfoot couldn't do it himself.
But they also wouldn't want us to get hurt or die.
We should go and negotiate a better price, at least. Right? What, we're going to get 6 eggs for all this?
5.
We should let Well, we should let him know that it's the price is higher. He's got to give us a dozen.
But if he has one less
So we
chicken,
don't
how
need
is he going
that
to give us
many.
a dozen?
It doesn't matter. I don't know. We can pay for the. I don't know. We can pay for all the food and what all, or decorations, whatever. I don't know. I don't like doing work and not getting credit for it.
Cypherid will move to set up a chicken trap in the entrance of the mine.
All right.
I'll help you.
Tell me a little bit about this trap.
It is I guess a relatively simple like net snare kind of thing where it'll like scoop the chicken up if it gets at the crumbs of the pie in the middle of the net, this like nice cozy looking net in the dirt in the entrance of the mine.
Okay. I'm not. You don't have to get like really technical, precise, but like, what's the like? What do you have some thread?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of twine. So I made the net with the twine, and my idea is that there's also some twine connecting it that'll cinch it like a little net bag and attached to the ceiling somehow. Maybe like leveraged over a relatively healthy looking ancient beam and like.
Okay, we'll say you found a big enough rock that you create some sort of thing where the rock will fall and it'll cinch the thread and pull the chicken up. In the air, we'll say that.
I'm so good at traps, Chris.
Okay, and you're for bait in this trap. You're using the spiced pie.
Yeah.
This is savory pie or sweet pie?
Savory pie.
Okay.
But particularly those nice crumbs of the crust of the pie, things that chickens love more than chicken.
Veggie inside, yeah.
You crumbled it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
no, it's an entire hand pie. Then the chicken's just going to go and eat it. No, of course you crumbled it up, Sal.
It
Who
hadn't
knows
been
what
clarified.
spelunking chickens like?
I'm sure they could pick it apart. Chickens are ruthless, man.
Okay, so Peach has sacrificed her lunch. You've made a trap. You've got crumbled up spiced pie in a little circle of twine. And yeah, you look at that and you're like, yeah, chicken would go for that. Okay, you've set it up.
During this, Shalati, I think, steals some of the pie filling to feed her snake. And then while this trap has been being set up, she cleared out like a space on the ground and then drew out a probably kind of janky map of like how the cave tunnel went, and then the little area with the mine carts and the pickaxes and whatnot, and the tunnels that she didn't go through, and the tunnel that she did go through.
And you did that in the dirt or on like a piece of
in the dirt, yeah. I don't think she has anything left. So.
Yeah.
So. Before we leave the area, though, Cypherid is gonna like stomp out the map. Like after we're all done,
finished drawing that.
like after we're all done, like looking at it and stuff, but like not just leaving this map of the secret part of the cave out in the open outside.
Yeah, so Cypherid's cruelty has no bounds. She stamps out the map you've carefully drawn. Trap is set. And what are you guys doing?
We only saw one set of chicken tracks coming out this way, right? And those were the ones we followed.
It's true.
All right. Well, Sal needs to go to the ruins, right? Across town and off to the other side. I mean, at least a few of us could try checking around the farm to see a different chicken track pathway, or we could split up and cover some ground, or we could head back. How do we all feel?
Hungry.
What time is it?
Sun sets in about 10 minutes.
Starving. I give my lunch to a chicken.
I do think food would probably be a good idea, and getting some supplies. And I don't, Salinger, I don't want you to go to the ruins alone, not with all of these strange things that we've seen around. So at
I'll go
least
with you,
one of
Sal.
us should go.
I can see at least.
Always welcome the company.
Perhaps we all should, so that we see what's there. How long of a walk is it from here to the ruins, and from here to town, and from the ruins to town? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Probably to go from here. This isn't too far from town. Probably get from here to the ruins. You're looking at about like an hour.
Oh, okay.
Let's go into town and grab some food. We can stop by the Wanderlust, right? And then we can pick up some for the people who are at the ruins already, and then we'll all continue on. Why split up? Let's all go.
You can keep an eye out for
together.
town.
Right. Meanwhile, like a farm. Oh, a farm. Okay. Try this. Meanwhile, on the Cadney Ranch, Esmond, Casey, Doc, you've made it. Ember is a satyr, and you know is Shalati's younger brother's stepbrother. Pretty sure has to be. It's a satyr, not a auntie. He's standing at a portion of fence. It looks like it's being expanded. He's got a big mallet in his hand. There's a shovel leaning against the fence. Off in the background, you can see Ash, a Ladrin girl, kind of in her springtime blooming colors, working with one of the sheep. Ember glances at you as you approach, and sorry in advance, butcher the accent. It's got some straw in its mouth, chews on it a bit. Oh, hello.
Ember, hey, how are you?
Nah, it's good.
Hey, I hate to just come up front with it, but my friends and I are in need of some stone breaking tools, some pickaxes or shovels. I wanted to come by to see if maybe you had some available that we could take for the evening and return tomorrow morning.
Oh, why? What you doing?
Secret.
Ooh, kind of secret. You can tell me?
I could, but, wouldn't be surprising to you anymore.
It's for me? Surprise?
Nope, not for you. Strictly, it's
It's for everyone at the festival.
Ooh.
It's gonna.
Okay. Well, I don't have the access for pickings, but I have, sure.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you can spare will be of use, I'm sure.
Kind of looks at each of you and scratches his chin a little bit. You, want to trade? Not something to trade?
I mean, I have this, pulls out a big wrench,
Ooh, deal.
flips it in his hand.
Offers the shovel.
We'll trade it back.
Yeah. Ava kind of leans over toward Esmond and says, I don't know if we can use a shovel to break rock.
It's not for breaking the rock. It's for transporting it. It's for digging it and moving it into a wheelbarrow or a cart or something that we're going to have. It turns back to Ember. Do you have any pickaxes lying around as well that we could take?
No mining. It's farm.
Okay, well then we'll just move on. See if we can find a pickaxe for the secret. If you know anyone with a pickaxe, you don't know anyone with a pickaxe, though, do you?
Farmers who live on rocky terrain. She looks around at the fence. You have to do that to put posts in the ground.
Sure. But most of the rocks broke up broke them up a long time ago. I mean, I don't have a pickaxe.
No, I mean, the shovel will do nicely. We'll be back later to trade back.
Okay, but very good surprise.
Will be.
If everything goes according to plan, it'll be the greatest surprise this village has ever seen. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, he kind of flips the wrench over his hand a few times. Looks down. Oh, that's nice.
We'll start walking away, and I guess we're going to head to the Fairfoot home to see if we can find any more tools.
Okay. You guys are on your way, leaving Ember and the Cadney Ranch behind you. You can see that the sun's getting close to setting now. As you're traveling, you're passing close to town on the way to the Fairfoot farm. You catch the silhouette of some of your friends. Kind of headed that way.
That's Sal and the others. Can tell his silhouette anywhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect.
you notice them first.
Meet him. We'll cut away, unless the other two want to do anything, but we'll cut away to go meet with them.
Well, I mean, you're meeting them now.
Yeah. Cut away to right now.
Do you guys find your chicken yet?
You wouldn't believe where that chicken got to. No, we can't find him. Her. It.
I mean, we know where it is.
Well, vaguely. We just don't know if it's still alive or...
It's a spelunking chicken. We tried to check out the old mine as far as we could go, and the chicken tracks went down pretty far for a chicken.
There's no reason for a chicken to go inside like that.
But it did find some interesting things down there, like, what was it? Boot tracks, recent boards, carts, tunnels, that sort of thing.
You guys didn't find any tools down there, did you? Like mining tools?
I think so. There by the overturned carts, there were some pickaxes and a shovel.
Esmond shoves O's yes, we got him. Okay. We gotta go back to the mines. We need those tools.
Tomorrow morning?
Preferably at night so that we can keep the whole project, the whole thing as secret as possible.
But the dwarf said not to go to the mines.
The dwarf said not to go to the mines.
Yeah, but the dwarf also said to not go to the ruins, and that's kind of the whole point of this project I've put together for us, so kind of have to.
Well, before we do anything else, I am hungry, and I think most of us are. Dinner first.
Especially
That
after,
sounds awesome.
Yeah.
especially after smelling that spiced pie.
Did you
Hot
guys get the
pocket.
stuff you needed?
Well, we've got all the metal necessary, all the metal I've calculated out that is necessary for the lantern, but we're missing the mining equipment. That's why I want to go back to the mines that y'all were looking for the chicken at. If those tools are in good shape, we can use those to break the rock off for the star dial for Gilgame.
Is there any reason for me to recognize the shovel as coming from Candy Ranch?
Maybe. Roll perception. Is that a 17 plus 3 for a 20?
Nope. That is a dirty 20.
Yeah, you look at that shovel and you can see the dent near, on the handle down near the shovel portion. I don't know what the bottom of the shovel is called. It's a very
Blade.
The blade.
the blade of the shovel. Yeah, it's a very distinctive notch in the handle where, when you've been setting, when getting set away, the shovel fell off the second story of the farmhouse. It hit on the edge of a wheelbarrow.
Why do you have our shovel?
Traded it for a wrench with Ember.
Yeah, we're gonna use it at the ruins.
Why did... Of course they would. And she's going to reach out and grab it back.
No, hey, we made a fair trade for this. We're gonna hold on to it until we get more better shovels from the mine, at
He was
least.
supposed to be making fences, not doing something with a wrench.
Yeah,
To
if
be
you
fair-
grab both hands on the shovel, Casey will also hold onto the shovel with one hand and pull you close. Does this mean you're
She
coming?
is going to keep it, grab, almost instinctively, just more firmly on the thing and try to yank it back.
Does this mean you're coming to the ruins with us?
What? No, because there's the chicken and the people in the mines.
We'll go in there first.
Well, yes.
If I give you the shovel, you have to come to the ruins with us.
I don't have to do any such thing. But if Ava is going, then she needs someone better than you two to watch over her.
Yeah. Plus, it's quite a ways down, and it's dangerous, and there's holes in the ground, and it's dark down there.
Yeah, so of course Doc's going, in case someone gets hurt. Right, Doc?
Doc can't see down there.
She's gonna look at Ava and be like, "Are you going and why? So."
Go to the mines? I'll wait outside if someone gets hurt. I can't go into the mines.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's dangerous. But is it even safe to go in the mines at all if they're that old? I thought
Probably not, no.
Well, it's safe enough for somebody to be walking around, and maybe we should warn them that it's not safe.
Oh, yeah. Well, what if we just told, I don't know, anyone else that someone's going down there?
Ava, you read my mind. This is what I was telling them all. We should tell a grown-up, but they all made the good point that there ain't many grown-ups left. And if we want
we
to
could
take
tell your
care of it, we
mom.
got to do it ourselves.
We could tell her mom. She's kind of youngish. She's supposed to be an adventurer, right? Maybe she would know what to do.
Sure. When we stop for food, let's tell my mom. Let's ask her.
I
See
mean,
what advice she might have.
Or, and hear me out here. We don't tell anyone yet. We go back to the mines. We grab those tools that you found, which are clearly safe enough to get to, and then we leave with the tools in hand, and then we can tell somebody. because we really need those tools.
So first we
sounds
go
like
and
a really
steal Ez.
That seems like a really specific order of operations there, Ez.
No, I mean, he has a point. If we don't get the tools first, then I mean, Charlotte, if you think it's safe enough for them to go back for it, then might as well get it.
I think we probably want some longboards or something else to make sure that nobody falls into that pit. It was
Plus
at least a
light
good
source.
and some ropes.
No, so you guys have an idea of what it looks like. So what I'm suggesting is before we report it to an adult or someone in charge who could potentially stop us from going back into the mines before we have a chance to get those tools, let's gather up a few materials, get some lanterns, ropes, some planks of wood. I've got all that back at the workshop. Let's take all that, go get those tools, see if we can find the chicken, quickly leave, and report whatever we find to whoever after we get everything. Yeah?
While Esmond is talking, Shati takes the opportunity to just like yank from the back on the shovel.
Yeah.
If we're going through a thought, if we're going through all of the trouble of going deep down into a dangerous area to get things that we, I suppose, don't want people to know about since we're getting them before telling people about it, and also looking in particularly dangerous areas for a chicken that we're trying to find before other people find it, I guess I don't see the point of telling people about it afterwards.
You guys were the ones that were saying that you wanted to report to somebody about somebody being in the mines. All I'm saying is that to keep this project as secret as we can, which has been my goal for the past year now, let's wait to tell anybody until after we're done in the mines. That's all I'm throwing out there.
I think that seems perfectly sensible personally. Now let's go get some secret lights, ropes, and boards and secretly go back to the mine to secretly get everything else that we need and be done with this.
Can we get some public dinner first, though?
Yeah.
Also, maybe we tell someone about the enormous blood footprint we saw around the farm.
Agreed on the footprint, definitely.
Yeah, let's go to the Wanderlust. We can tell my mom.
Maybe she can tell the sheriff about the footprint.
Yeah. Ava says, okay. I have some things to pick up. I'll meet you at the tavern.
Do you need any help?
No. I think I got it.
I'll go with you if you want. You helped me with gathering metal earlier. It's no problem for me if you want.
No. It's no. I can do that. I've got it. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. See you soon. Food. I'm starving.
Casey was enraptured by what Ez was saying when Shalati pulled the shovel out of his hand, and so he lets it go and kind of smiles at her, shakes it off. Yeah, after everyone says everything. Yeah, food first, though. Yeah.
Beth will come over to Casey and be like, "If you need a shovel, I have one in my garden shed. You could just borrow mine."
I mean, we have a shovel.
But that shovel seems very protective of that one. You could just use my shovel. I have one in the shed. I used to garden. You guys see me garden with it all the time. You could just borrow mine.
I mean, we can use 2 shovels if you want to bring it, but
Yeah, we'll get it later.
As we're walking to the fucking tavern, Esmond is just having realizations of how we could have made things a lot easier for himself by just explaining the plan to his friends much sooner than earlier today, and he feels like a fucking idiot.
Communication.
Before too long, you are in the Wanderlust Tavern. At this time of night, around dinner time, it's packed, busy with people. Most tables are full. But luckily, your favorite table, Miranda kept a spot open for you because she knew you were coming by. Before too long, there is some breads, pheasant on the table there, fried vegetables, even a couple of the famous spice pies. You see Miranda with a big plate of food, a big tray, passing by, weaving in and out through patrons, dropping off some mugs of ale and plates of food. You can see some of the you hear cheer and rabble rousing for some of the variety of patrons. So you guys, settle in at your table.
Apparently, we're all starving and nobody's talking.
There's a lot of.
It's everybody grabs a seat. I was. What do you? You all want anything to drink too, or?
I got an ale. I'm good.
Peach is kind of half in waitress mode, just automatically.
As Charlotte sits down, she suddenly realizes that it's been a long day already, and it's looking like it can be a long night. And she sort of melts into the chair a little bit and says, "Maybe a coffee."
Coffee?
You still have it. Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Doc, you want one too?
In this part of the world, it's called Hakim.
Yeah, Ava's not with you guys. She went off to do some stuff while you guys got dinner.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take one as well.
Yeah, same here.
Can I bring like a big pot?
Probably. That sounds good. We might need a
I'm
bottle
asking
of it.
Chris if that is something that exists.
Oh,
A big carafe.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
We'll just bring like a big thermos out to the mines.
I was just thinking like a I know, like a big like coffee teapot thing that they
No, but I cannot think coffee is called Hakim.
Hakim. So I suppose she would so Peach kind of nods and she darts back into the kitchen, sort of weaving through the crowd very similarly to her mother, and pops into the back and starts brewing up some Hakim.
Casey will lean over to Ez and be like, "Hey, are you there, Kevin?"
Husband has a mouthful of food.
He always bails on you at the worst times.
Okay, pause on that. You know, Shalati, we weren't gonna damage the shovel or anything.
You probably mean that, but I don't actually believe this would be the outcome.
I mean, we're gonna have to bring it back to Ember in order to get the wrench back, so if you end up being the one bring it back to him, I'm just saying that you should get Ez's wrench back when you do.
She just nods and some Hakim.
I'm here, but my camera's messed up at the moment.
Peach would return with the Hakim and would flag down her mom if she sees her in passing at all.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you see her passing back towards the bar with an empty tray. She kind of twirls around a customer and then kind of winks at you.
Hey, Mama.
I don't.
Hey, We were just down by the mine. We're looking for one of the Fairfoot chickens, right? And we saw that there was like, what all was it? Some footprint, some kind.
Oh, mine's. What you doing down there?
Oh, the mines. Oh, we were looking for one of the Fairfoot chickens, right? They all
Well,
escaped.
mines? Chickens don't go to mines.
I don't know. I didn't go in, but I trust. You know, I trust the rest of them all. Araya went in pretty deep, and I know that she can see in the dark for good.
Hey, don't go there. That's not safe. No one's been there for a long time. Those dwarves used to work there, and you know, it's all dried up. They're still grumpy about it.
Why should we go down there?
She's old. Plus, I need help with the chores.
I always pull my weight. I do what you need.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna clap my hand on Peach's back and say, "Don't worry, we're not planning on ever going back over there. We just following footprints outside, and there was people footprints, and it was really
exactly. And there were some kind of animal footprints too, not just chicken ones. I just can't remember. Was it a big
What they look like?
footprint? Peach is kind of trying to peer past her mom, just Sal in the background, but she's shorter than Miranda's. Big footprint from
What'd it look like?
claw marks.
Oh. Well, show me. Make it with your hand. What'd it look like?
It looked like this, but that's me imitating Sal because and the 3 fingers. It was 3 claws. I'm imitating Sal. I didn't see it myself.
You know, that reminds me of I fought a basilisk on the Briar Spear, years ago, and those are dangerous creatures. I mean, if you ever saw one, they just turn you right to stone.
So you think there's basilisks down there, Mama, or do you think that there's something we should really be real afraid of?
Oh, you don't have to worry about no basilisks, honey. If there were basilisks, I would take care of them.
So what made the mark then?
Oh, well, it sounds like. I mean, one of the chickens got there.
A chicken with claws like a basilisk.
Well, they're not too different.
All right. Well, I just thought you could tell the sheriff or something if there's some kind of beast out there, some kind of creature, some kind of people in the mines.
Tell you what, I'll talk to those dwarves. I'll talk to the sheriff. I'll have ask around and see what's going on.
Thanks, Mama.
Okay. You guys got enough pies?
Yeah. We need more keen though.
Okay. She goes around.
Oh, takes the freshly poured coffee, doesn't wait for it to cool, and just...
Hakeem!
Yeah, Hakeem. And Casey takes the freshly poured Hakeem and just drinks it down, sets it down, and leans over to Ez. She's eating. Now might be the best time to talk to her. And he swings his chair around over to Kabeth, and sits down, chair backwards, arms leaning over the back of it. Kabeth, my dear, how's your hoof?
Esmond is not joining, but leaning and kind of listening to what is about to be said.
Kabeth?
Allie?
Sorry, I was reading about Basilisk. What was the last thing said to me?
I said, so Casey swung his chair around to Kabeth, sat on it backwards with his arms over the back, and says, Kabeth, my dear, how's your hoof?
She kind of picks it up and looks at it. She's like, wow, it's very tender. It's a little bit tender. Hiking was hard today. But,
I saw you on your delivery route earlier. It seemed you were moving pretty quickly. Seems no worse for wear.
Always late, so you just kind of power through the pain because I don't want to do bad. I already do badly enough. I don't want to do more badly, and then I'll get in trouble, and then I'll lose my job, and then what will I do with my life? I don't know.
Powering through, yeah. Do you remember walking across the coals?
I don't think I could forget it.
The feeling you got before.
Unbridled terror?
And then you pushed through that fear. And doubt and hesitation, you pushed through it. And then you
And it
came
was
out
a bad
the other
idea.
side.
It was terrible.
No, you came out the
I
other
shouldn't-
side, stronger than you were before.
No, I got a burn.
And you faced your fear.
Did I, though? I'm pretty sure my fear was justly founded. That's a bad idea.
See, I see strength in you, Kabeth. It's just waiting to be forged into something beyond anything you've imagined.
But if the only thing I want to forge is a good book and a nap.
You need to embrace the feeling, embrace the fear head on. With your friends.
Can't I just stay at home? Home is good.
Everybody's introverts.
Here's the thing. We kind of need you to run the forge for us.
Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. You guys all know. She holds up her hand. She's like, look.
You're the only one.
No forge. No forge. No forge.
Esmond, seeing Kibeth's reaction, Esmond is immediately going to tap your shoulder, Bo, and just kind of try to motion you away so that he can take your seat.
Yeah. I'll move.
Esmond will turn the chair around and face you, Kibeth. So, a deal was struck that if your father gave us metal that we needed for the lantern, we would have you join us for smithing at the forge.
What?
He's going to unconsciously rub his own hand with the prosthetic. I get it. If will you join us at the forge? You don't have to do anything.
No, absolutely. You wait, sir. You got metal from my papa and promised that I would work the forge? He knows I'm so bad at it.
I mean, you wouldn't want to make liars of us, would you?
Oh, stop.
You have to give the metal back. I'm not doing it. You're gonna have to find it somewhere else. I'm not gonna do it. You have to give the metal back. Where is that? Well, I'll go get it and I will give it back to him and I'll tell him that he made a terrible mistake and there's no way.
Okay. We'll do that. I'll return the medal to your father tomorrow.
I'll tell him that I tell him that you promised him something that you could. I can't do it.
It's fine. You don't have to explain anything. I'll tell him that we overestimated and we didn't need the medal. Don't worry about it.
It's not fine, Kabeth. You can do this.
Oh, and Esmond's going to turn to face you now. Oh, seriously, it's okay. Don't try to force it.
Meanwhile, the Dry Iron Pub. Somebody bumps into Ava's shoulder, sends you stumbling a little bit. This time of day, the tavern's much more crowded than it had been earlier. There's the clinking of glasses, laughter of drunken sailors. As you kind of work your way through the crowd a bit to the table, you can see that there are a lot more dwarves at that table now. Roll me a perception check.
13.
Okay. Yeah, and you catch a little bit hints of the conversation they're having. Man, they just wouldn't let it go. Keep asking. And then it pauses, looks at you, points. And then All the dwarves kind of turn their head in your direction. It's Quinn.
All right. I imagine that Ava's standing there, but she has a single drink on a platter for each of the people at the table as she's standing there. You say she's already. I would have done this differently.
That's fine.
And so she looks at him, and when they all turn to look at her, she sort of looks around, and then she takes a deep breath. She sort of approaches the table a little bit more, and then she doesn't say anything yet. She starts to set the drinks on the table, sort of in front of the people. And then, still not saying anything, she awkwardly kind of puts down the platter and looks around and tries to grab a stool or something to sit on, sort of pulls it up to the table. Probably awkwardly silent at this point, just sort of walks up and sits on it. And brushes out her clothing and looks around at them. Makes eye contact with the one they talked to earlier. She says, "Hello?"
What do you want?
In a short period of time, we're going to be leaving for something, and it could be very dangerous. There is an emergency, and don't know what that is, but some people may not come back for a long time. I may not come back for a long time. I don't know anything about the mines, and so
They all kind of glance at each other and look at you again.
I wanted to use this time before I leave because it might be the only chance I get to ask people who worked them about them, because I don't know any stories about the mines or anything about the mines.
No, you're too young to know. Don't know nothing about digging, don't know nothing about the ground.
She pauses for a second and then looks and makes really direct eye contact. She says, "That's right. I don't. But you do."
They glance at each other. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Well, the mine is... First of all, is there like a... Out of character, this would be a thing. Is there like a paraphernalia of the mines all around the place?
Mhm.
Is there any sort of like old kind of map or anything? Maybe it's outdated, maybe it doesn't matter.
Sure, I would say there's something like that. Yeah.
Okay. She goes up, sort of takes the old thing down, and sort of dusts some of it off within his class, sort of puts it down and just says, "Well, just tell me about your day." And then she just points at the front of the mine. How is it?
Hours are long, down in the ground. Too dark for eyes like yours. Never been so deep, you can hear the earth's heart beating. Sound of the pickaxe on the stone. Sound of the carts and wheels squeaking. Forgotten things. Places only our kind's been. Used it all up. They did. Sent it all away. They did. And they got no use for us. And people went to war. You don't know war. You don't know what's in the ground. Deep in the ground. It's in the wood. It's in the hills. Leaving its stain on the people. You got no business in mines.
Whether I want to or not, I might learn something of war. But what do you mean it's in the mines?
These things in the earth. Old things. In our younger years, fought 'em back for kind like yours. Before you were born, before your pappy was born. No one remembers. No one cares.
Was it dangerous?
Things got fire inside. They don't burn.
Are they still in the mines?
We chased them away, back where they came from. Them and their horns and their tails. And the hooked blades, and the pointy teeth.
Did they have... She takes out her notebook. She sketches for a second. Did they have feet like this?
Looks like a bird. No.
Doesn't. I didn't realize. I thought it was really distinctive for some reason. I wouldn't have done that. All right. Well, Ava doesn't know that. That's fine. Okay. She just puts that away. Well. Alright. Does it only get... If you chased everything away... It seems like the mine should be safe now. That's why nobody guards them, right?
He kind of narrows his eyes. They kind of glance at each other. What do you... It's your business in the mines. You been going to the mines?
No, I haven't gone to the mines. Not at all. I'm gonna go out to the ruins, but we go out there all the time. That's
Kids shouldn't be playing in the ruins.
done that for generations, though. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you go?
Generations.
Well, it's a long time for some of us.
This place is older than our people. Got no business climbing around, playing on things older than you.
Well, thank you for spending time and telling me a little bit, and for letting me say I'm sorry if earlier you didn't like what happened when my friends and me were here. So I enjoy the drinks very much, and have a good night.
Kind of turn back to themselves. Meanwhile, back at the Wanderlust, belly's full, spice pies, pheasant. breads, ale, cheese sticks. Hakeem. Ava's still not come back.
So I did get a chance to talk to my mom. She said that she'd tell the sheriff, but she's kind of dismissive of it all. But she also said something about basilisk she fought once. That the claws seem like that kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, I know that she's certainly done incredible things, but I don't know about my description and Sal's description to me, and I wouldn't bank on it being a basilisk, but
What is a basilisk? Is there, if it is that, is there something we should do?
Can I
would
roll to
Peach
see if
know?
I've read
Like,
about
would I, yeah, would any of us know about that?
Basilisk? I mean, there's some basilisk scales framed there on the wall right next to you.
Right, so would Peach know, like, the basilisk traditional mythology of it?
The
Or
only thing you've ever heard about something like that's from Miranda.
What about
has
me? Have I read anything? I read a lot of books.
No,
Roll for
potentially. Yeah, good roll.
Oh, all my mom said is it turn it to stone. So don't look it in the eye.
Chris, what is the optional, like, if I'm pretty good at something, it's not my best thing. If I'm good at history, because I read a lot of stuff,
Like,
is there additional dice?
Yeah, you can add a d4.
So that's 16.
Yeah, you've seen sketches of basilisks and stories that you've read when the nice ones are illustrated a lot of the time. But yeah, you look at the feet. That doesn't look anything like it.
And it's probably not a basilisk. We just gotta make sure the chickens don't. I assume the lore is the same-ish for between the D&D character and what real life lore is for basilisk.
I don't necessarily know. We can come back to that. I don't have an answer for you immediately.
Okay, because the traditional lore is that it is born from the egg of a serpent or a lizard hatched by a chicken.
Nice.
Can I have read that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we make sure that the chickens don't hatch any snake eggs or anything, then we probably don't have to worry about basilisks.
Celeste looks suddenly alarmed and, like, shakes out her sleeve a bit or like, tries to crane her neck to look at the snake that's just been, like, sleeping around her neck.
It hasn't laid any eggs, right?
No, I just met it.
Well, ask it.
I don't talk to them.
I mean, it doesn't talk back. It doesn't mean you can't ask it.
She says, "Friend, buddy, have you laid any eggs recently?" And I think she's gonna lift a tail and try to see if it's actually a male or female.
Roll a d4. You can tell by the arrangement of the scales. It's a girl.
I can. Oh, I was gonna say I can tell you that it's like their specific call. Anyway, she looks at the tail and is like, well, she is a she. I don't know if I would know what a pregnant snake looks like. I would imagine that if they just lay an egg, they don't look that different. I don't know.
Well, the snake's pretty small.
This is a pretty small snake. It's not a big. Does that make a difference?
I'll find a book on it. I don't know. Just make sure the snake doesn't lay an egg, I guess.
What did I say about it anyway?
You see Ava appear in the doorway. of the tavern with the lantern, the blanket.
Yeah, she'll just take a seat sort of next to everybody. If everyone looks like they're finishing up with their hakim, she won't order anything. If they're in the thick of things, she'll get food.
There's a bunch
I
of food
imagine-
on the table.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine if there wasn't anything left, I think Charlotte would have saved some for her, and like a big mug of hakim if that's something that Ava likes, and not.
Okay. Yeah, she's there, and I never said I put it down, I guess, so she'll set the blanket down on the ground, and then her backpack on top of it, and then open the backpack and pull out a really old map of the mines. Say, I talked to the dwarves, and got this from the tavern.
It's like it was like framed in glass and stuff like that. Like you would have had to carry that out under your arm. Like,
She's super good at the.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Ethan Fairchild, me.
She covered it, and you know how when Thor gets done with the drink, he throws it and smashes it on the ground? She waited for the timing when everyone did that and did the same thing. And then just took the pages out. No, it's fine. If I can't actually have that, if it's not practical, then I'll leave it, and she'll just have remembered some of the early beginnings of whatever the mine was. So forget she has it all together. She just brings these two things, sits down, and says that she's talked to the dwarves.
Do you still have the egg from the chicken?
Someone else had the egg. We stored the egg, I think, somewhere.
We gave it to Sal,
Sal.
I think. Sal
Yeah.
has the egg.
Ah,
I
Oh,
do,
wait.
in fact, have the egg. He reaches in his pocket, making sure it's still in one piece.
we checked to make sure it is a chicken egg, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we confirmed.
It's very clearly blue laurel chicken.
Well, I got
Probably a beautiful egg.
I got a lantern and a blanket to wait outside, and anyone who needs to use the lantern can. We can go whenever you guys are ready.
Well, after we finish eating and drinking, we'll head back to my workshop. We can pick up more lanterns and rope and wood there, extra material. I'll need to do a quick estimation regarding the lantern again before we leave, but we'll be able to leave from the workshop from there and head to the mine and go get our stuff.
Do you have boards at your workshop? At least 20 feet long?
Chris, we have 20-foot long boards at the workshop. We would have a lot of stuff. I don't know if we'd have 20-foot long boards.
How about 50-foot rope?
We'd have rope for sure.
Yeah.
I think rope's
Oh,
fine.
yeah, for boys.
You certainly have some lumber. There might be, let's put it this way. Yeah, you probably have a couple of boards that are that long, but it would be probably noticeable if they were gone.
Also carrying 20-foot long boards through town.
Yeah, that's a lot less
Wait,
conspicuous.
is the workshop in the middle of town or it's on the edge?
The workshop's near the kind of near the hearth. It's near the middle of town.
Well, I am making fences, or we are expanding our tent. Perhaps if we take them, we can just say that I bought them from you, and I'm taking them back.
That's true. You may have to take the long way around to get back to the mine, but this way we can still keep the secret going. Okay. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll just say that you need them for your fence. Okay. Done. Alright. Has everyone had their fill? Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Did she actually eat?
Sure. I just.
Take it to go.
Yeah.
She's definitely gonna push a meat pie in her face. It's like, you should eat. You're too skinny. Look at this. And she's like gonna pinch her arm.
Mm.
Okay. Esmond will lead the way back to the workshop.
Okay.
Let's go, Sal. Sal.
He's asleep.
Sal is falling asleep. You know, we've got a room set aside for this kind of thing. Let me just tuck him in and we can skedaddle on. Give me just a minute. Come on, Sal. Should we kind of half guide him to like the crash pad that they have for drunk people?
Casey will say to Ez, we really could have used him for lifting the heavier rocks.
We'll come get him
Yeah,
after we
really.
get the mining materials.
Yeah, he had a long day at the docks. Yeah, so you set him in a little crash room and snoring.
Yeah, I mean, he's exhausted. He's down at the docks. Half the labor's gone off to the warfront. You know, I don't blame him. I'm tired too.
To the workshop.
Okay. Yeah, are you doing anything at the workshop before gathering some stuff?
Yes. So we're going to need a cart for the tools that we're going to get, as well as lanterns, rope, the wood. The thing I wanted to do before we left is scrounge around for my oh man, I've lost words for my sketches regarding the lantern, and I need to do a quick estimation that removes half the metal material and replaces it with rock, and I need to know how much more rock I'm going to need. So I don't know if I can do a rough estimation now, or if that's something I need to spend a little time on.
I mean, estimate being an estimate. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, before too long, you guys have made it back to the workshop, and I think after sundown, it's probably your parents are probably having dinner, so there's no one there, kind of in the shop. You've got a key, of course, to get inside. It doesn't take you long, I think, to gather the supplies that you need. As you pull the boards, you realize your parents are going to notice that those are gone. Like you don't have a lot of boards that big.
I'll just run in real fast. Like, give me a second, guys. Just run in, just drop into them eating dinner. Be like, hey, taking some stuff for the project. Bring it back in a little bit, though. Is that okay?
Okay. Did you get enough to eat?
Yes, we all ate at the tavern just a short time ago.
Okay.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Love you, and disappear to the workshop.
Hey.
Yes. Hi. Yes.
Where's our hugs?
Sorry, what'd you say, Chris?
Where's our hugs?
Right. Yes. Hugs. Esmond will walk over and crouch down and give them, embrace them both.
Nah, you're a good boy. All right, don't get your friends killed. At least not most of them.
Thanks, guys. Be back in a little bit. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Okay. So Esmond pulls out some sheets of paper on his workbench, and you see him do some rough estimates over the schematics that he had of the lantern. It's like, okay, so...
I know what you're thinking. I don't think we should give the metal back. They'll understand. We tried.
We're not keeping the metal, though.
There's still a chance that Kabeth will do it. We shouldn't give up so easily, is all I'm saying.
Esmond is going to grab you by the shoulder, and pull you into a corner of the workshop, kind of away from everybody else. Oh, seriously? Don't push it, man.
But it'll be so much better with the metal. We shouldn't settle for mediocrity.
I agree, but we're not settling. We're not putting our friend out. That's what I'm not going to settle on.
I'm not saying we force her to do it.
You
But if she
kind of
doesn't end up
are.
doing No, if she doesn't end up doing it, that's fine. We're not going to push her into something that she ultimately doesn't want to do. I'm just saying we shouldn't give the medal back.
I'm not giving it.
It looks
Yeah.
like Allie is AFK, computer trouble.
When they see the final result, they won't even think twice about it.
Well, I'm not going to return it immediately, anyways. I don't have time if we get the rest of the stone tonight. But I'm not going to keep it. I'm not going to break a deal that we're not keeping.
If we have to get more metal after the fact to give them, I'll do it. Use the metal to make your device.
We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this later. Just don't push her anymore tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Kind of elbows you in the chest. Besides, I already did the estimations. I already know how much stone we'd need to replace all the metal, anyways.
I'm not lugging that extra stone back here.
Well, someone's gonna have to, and I'm too small.
And Sal's sleeping in the tavern.
He'll just get a couple hours. Then we'll go get him. Return to the rest of the group. Okay, we've got all our stuff. Does anyone else need anything before we head to the mines? Okay,
I mean,
to the mines.
I could use a shovel, but
Shaw has hidden the shovel behind one of the other pieces of things because, yeah, it's somewhere in the workshop.
Kabeth offered you to use hers just out of her garden.
that's right. We should swing by there first.
Yeah, that's not too far out
What
of the way.
do we need a shovel at the mines?
We don't-
kind of do both.
We don't currently need the shovel, but we may need it later, depending on how decent the tools are in the mines. But we'll see later.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ruins for pickaxe and chickens. Or mine for pickaxe and chickens. Then ruins for stone.
How many shovels do you need for this?
actually, Chris, before we head to the ruins, are there any automatons in the workshop currently that are like in working order at the moment?
There's none in the workshop. They're all out at their tasks.
I would like to, on our way to the ruins, I would like to find one and bring it along with us.
Okay. You do you want to try to get the one that works at the docks, the one that's usually out in the fields, or the one that where'd he be?
The one that's going to be closest to our route to the mines, so probably the one that works in the fields.
Probably the docks would be closer, actually. Because you'd be heading away from the mines to get to that one.
I'm sorry, not the ruins, the mines. The mines.
Yeah. You would be heading away from the farms to get to the mines because you're heading towards the coast to get to the mines.
So just the closest automaton we can find.
It's probably the docks.
All right.
What is the dock automaton usually doing at this time of day?
Maybe moving crates and barrels.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll divert to the docks to go pick up that automaton.
I think given that Charlotte is probably lugging the boards that they were taking from the workshop, she is just not going to stop by the docks, and we'll meet everyone out on the edge of town. So,
Yeah, Peach also probably didn't come along to the workshop at all. She probably hung back at the tavern and would meet everybody at the minor or wherever.
I have the rope around me, looped many, many times. I'm helpful.
Which automaton works at the docks?
Well, what did you name it? Because they don't actually have names. That's like a nickname you give.
Oh shit! I don't think I actually. We'll just say it's Gray.
Okay. Yeah, you get over to the docks, and you, you look around for a moment, and you see Gray standing among a stack of crates. You hear a clanking sound. Another one. You see him kind of bump into the crates, and then bumps in again. One of them falls over.
Wait, it just falls over?
Crate falls over.
Oh, the crate falls over. Okay. Ah, jeez. Okay. Walk over to Gray. It's like, hey,
You see one of the dock workers. Boy, hey, just leave him there. He's been doing that. He's been doing that all day. Yesterday too.
I was worried about that. I had heard that it was still knocking stuff over.
Man, he walked right from the water. We finally got him to just be over there.
I tell you what. Let me take it back. Let me take it back to the workshop for the evening and see what I can do and return it as soon as I can.
Yeah, all right, we'll fix him up. Drop the whole crate in the water.
I'll do the best I can to try and prevent that. I'm sorry for the trouble.
All right.
Then I'll turn to the automaton. Okay, Gray, gonna need your help. So, Unit G-R34, follow my stead, please.
Yeah, kind of his head, boxy head, like turns around, then the torso, and then like the legs kind of stumble around.
Okay, well, we're going to be moving at a slightly slower pace, gang, but got someone to hold the rope for us, if nothing else, and that's when we'll start making our way to the mines.
Yeah, when you start making your way, it doesn't take long before, Gray bumps into a building, kind of knocks a window, some window siding off the side. And you know, these are clumsy automatons, but this is a level of, there's something wrong. You see he kind of bounces, kind of tries to stumble the other way, bumps into the side of a building. It's far enough to the mine where this is not going to work, you realize.
Cripes.
What's
That
going
is,
on with that?
I don't know. They've been in bad shape before, but this is a level of rough I don't recall seeing before. This is bad.
You see he keeps walking to that portion of the wall and finally scrapes along the side of it and then walks into the corner of another building.
That's why my job's important. That's why I deliver packages, because these guys are so unreliable.
They're not unreliable. This is new, even for them. Unit G-R34. Interstasis mode, please.
Sits down on the ground.
Okay, well, I had brought it along to see if I could maybe get it to hold the rope for us or planks if needed, but I do not trust Gray to help us at the moment. can you guys start entering the mine? And I'm gonna take Gray back to the workshop. Actually, I don't think I want them near us around the mines right now.
Yeah, no problem. Casey looks back at the ever-thinning group. Says, just so you know, there's no way we're getting that extra stone.
There's we'll figure it out. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm just gonna take Gray back to the workshop.
Can't you just tell him to go back to the workshop?
I don't think I trust them to get back on their own without destroying anything or themselves at this current point.
So they don't usually drink this much?
No, they usually don't. He must be having a really bad day. I don't know. It could have been something that Quincy said to them at some point. I don't know. But yeah, give me 10 minutes. I'll be back. I'm just gonna take it back to the workshop.
Yeah, Eva's ready to go outside the mines because it's getting later and later. So she will walk that direction with other people, whoever wants to follow.
Yeah, it's probably by the time you guys reach the shore that Esmond's managed to catch up. Yeah, before too long, you've moved along the coast. You've made your way back to. Can't click through some of this interface stuff.
Suspense.
Yeah, I'm having some issues with this interface.
For clarification, Chris, Esmond is just going to run Gray back to the workshop, place them in stasis mode, hook them up, inform his parents that the automaton is in the workshop, and then quickly return to the mines.
Okay, so there's nothing to hook them up to. I mean, you just open them up with tools and mess with gears and stuff.
More that I just don't want to leave a robot that's actively malfunctioning active in the workshop without informing my folks.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so before too long, ascending the shallow cliffs that lead up to where the mines are. You can hear, it's dark now, but you can hear the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. You see the stars overhead. Lanterns spilling its light. You find yourselves at the mouth of the cavern. Somebody do me a favor and just roll a d20.
20.
Ooh, yeah, Jess.
Let's go with that one.
Although,
I guess we don't know what it's for,
It
yeah.
could be terrible, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's really
20
fortuitous.
goblins.
Wait, we got the chicken.
In the trap, you see hanging, squirming around in the chicken trap, a blue laurel chicken, looking fat and plump.
Yeah! Devil's own luck.
Shit.
I snuggle it.
Snatch up the chicken. Snuggle the
Genius.
chicken.
Yay! Chicken trap.
That's 2.
I'm so happy.
Slutty nods at Array and says that was a good idea, or whoever it was that said to make a trap and wait for the chicken.
Yeah. It's amazing.
So I guess we only need to go and get those tools and maybe see who it is that's in the mines.
I don't want to meet whoever's in the mines.
Someone in there?
Well, footprints.
Well,
Can you see in the dark?
yes.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, our boys.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can, but I haven't returned yet.
Oh
No,
shoot!
Yeah.
no,
yeah,
they
you joined us.
they met up with you on the coast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're at the cave now.
You were.
I
there
mean,
as-
we're walking along with all the supplies, so we're probably in getting them up the rocks.
Esmond, you're there. You caught up.
Okay, great.
Tell you what,
yeah,
make it easy. You caught ship right now.
Esmond has a very wide gait when he runs. He's surprisingly quick.
Like the wind.
I like to think that Araya did the
Light on
Lion
your
King,
feet.
the Lion King thing with the chicken to show Esmond.
Wow, well, that worked out really well. Nice work, guys.
It's
Now we
all
just
secret.
And we just need the tools.
grab the tools and we'll be on our way.
Okay, we have some lanterns. Charlotte, you know the way, yeah?
Yes, and let's see if this will get us safer across, everyone safe across the gap.
So if there's someone in there, we may want to go a little sneakier than lanterns.
Wouldn't that scare them if you showed up?
Maybe it would be best if we scared them off.
That's kind
Why?
of what I'm thinking.
It's
I mean,
always-
how far in are the tools? We just need to borrow them and go, right?
They're like half an hour. Half a
15,
candle.
20 minutes, 15. Well, we'll get there and see.
Fair enough.
Oh.
I mean, if we can do without the lanterns, that might be better.
Okay. Ava sets up the blanket with a lantern since she can't see on the outside, and she's going to prepare to wait for whoever's going in, and she'll sit out there. Araya, are you
Is-
sitting out there with the chicken, or are you going in with them?
I mean, so someone has to sit with the chicken. I can see in the
Yeah.
dark.
Ava will sit with the chicken.
Deposits the snuggly chicken on your lap.
Charlotte looks incredibly relieved that it's not going to be just her and Casey going into the mine.
Oh, Esmond's going with you.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Wait.
let's...
Esmond, can you see in the dark?
Yeah, always have.
Oh. All right.
Can we
Wait,
all
but
stay in the dark?
then
Because then we should just
I don't think
sneaky.
Ava should be left alone out here.
No, I was going to recommend that Kibeth stay out here with her.
Ah, yes. Probably good.
Yeah, we'll stay out. How long should we wait before something might be considered wrong?
Until we come back. Just wait until we come back.
An hour?
What's the rough estimate to get to the tools? Charlotte, how long did it take you before?
15 minutes?
Yeah, I'd say if an hour passes and we haven't returned, that's probably a good sign that maybe we should get some help.
All right, so she'll keep in mind for one candle, and she nods, petting the chicken. Okay.
Do we still use candles here?
Oh, yeah. Is it an hour or
Yeah.
a candle?
Chris confirmed for me previously that we do not use candles. Not this
Oh.
season. It
Oh,
is
yeah, we
back
have
to
clockwork now.
Ooh,
Hours, minutes, days, weeks.
Cool.
Can actually keep time with seconds.
technology.
Okay, Charlotte will go ahead with the boards in one hand, hopefully someone holding the other end, because they're probably pretty unwieldy. And yeah, we'll try to quietly go ahead, but we'll see.
Let's do this. Try and make things a bit easier. Esmond will come up from the rear, and he will hold the back end of the board to try and keep things balanced.
Moving into the caves, you follow the path you've taken before. You can see your own footprints in the dirt. You see a couple of fresh chicken tracks coming the opposite way. You wind through the caves, and you come again to the large gap with the boards across the three boards.
Well, there's already boards here. We'll
not great ones.
One of them cracked when I went to cross, and if there's going to be more than one person crossing.
Fair enough.
Oh, so I guess we'll shimmy them across to reinforce the one over there.
Yeah, you're pretty easily able to guide those boards across, using the first one sort of as a guide. For too long, you drop them into place.
And she will go ahead and cross. So
Okay. Yeah, let me see.
she just kind of holds up a hand, and it's like to be like one at a time, sort of thing. Or she just holds up a finger. She doesn't actually say that, and goes across.
See Shalati start to move across the boards. You feel one of them start to wobble as you're about midway there. Roll your dexterity, how agile your character is. Okay, that's for a total of 11. You almost lose your balance, but you manage to keep it, make your way all the way across.
I'll go next.
Can I go like wimpy slow, holding one end of the rope? Okay,
Yeah.
you hold this end. I'm gonna tie this around my waist. And she like crawls across like a stupid.
All hands and knees.
Okay.
Completely fair.
Okay. Especially
Honest to goodness.
especially slow and careful. Rope tied around, inching along 1 inch at a time.
She was too scared to go across the first time. That's.
You see her moving. She's going so slow. You're like, oof, glad we brought those extra boards. It'd be a long time for the boards to hold up. But since you brought extra boards, it makes it all the way across.
Good.
Wipes some sweat. Keeps the rope tied.
Look at that cat.
Look at the little paws.
Oh,
So fluffy.
little white mitts, little white bandit mask.
All right, who's next?
I'll go next. I walk across pretty swiftly, no crawling. No doubt I'll make it across.
Feel a little bit of a wobble. Give it a roll.
All right.
It's 11 plus 1 for a 12. Yeah, you see Casey makes it all the way to the other side. It's just Esmond left now.
I didn't trust my post 20 roll.
How deep is the chasm that the wood is over?
Looking down, you see some jagged rock down there. You might estimate 40, 50 feet.
Yeah, no, I'm not risking myself like that today. Too much work to do.
You're not coming?
There's no shame in crawling.
I wholeheartedly agree. And Esmond gets down on his hands and knees and slowly crosses the flank like Aurea.
We all hold the rope on my end and the rope on your end.
Yeah, doing the slow, careful crawl because you guys brought the extra boards. You make it all the way across.
She kind of pats his shoulder.
No shame. No shame.
I won't tell Ava.
I don't know that everyone needed to come across just to pick up 2 pickaxes and a shovel.
Well, but what if there's trouble?
Telling us that now that we're all across.
Look, I'm just not risking hurting myself when I have to try and build 2 big projects in the next 2 weeks. That's my point. That's all.
Of course not. Shall we?
Shalati, if you would, please.
She picks up again and will soft paw it toward the chamber. And at this time, she's actually just going to put her finger against her lips.
Moving carefully and slowly, you make it again to the chamber with the abandoned mine carts. You quick glance in the room. You see, you see 2 pickaxes and a shovel leaning against one of the carts.
What shape are they in?
Yeah, so you'd have to have a closer look. These seem to be in much better condition than the ones that are on display in the tavern. Yeah, these aren't falling apart at all.
Yes! Yes, these are perfect. This is going to be amazing. Great find, Charlotte. Thank you.
Charlotte squints at them and goes, do they look like they were abandoned when they abandoned the mine?
Are you saying that out loud?
Yes.
Chris, would I be able to tell?
Well, I think. Let's have everybody roll a. You can either do your character's knowledge of woodworking or intelligence for some deduction. Oh,
You remember what I said? I didn't trust my next roll.
why?
That was really good.
Oh my god!
I mean, they looked fine until Araya looked at them, and then they crumbled.
Intelligence, would I be able to add a D4 to this?
If it's something that your character's good at, if it's like your best thing, you can
I
add a.
think the way you're a smarty pants,
Yeah,
aren't you?
is it not your best thing?
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I mean, if they do belong to someone
Oh,
who's...
that is a natural 20 plus a 3.
23.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you take a look, you spin this over in your hand. Yeah, these pickaxes, I mean, they were made in the last few years. You can even tell, look at one end of it, you can tell the pick, it's been used, but somebody has not only used it, but they've repaired the tip a couple of times. You can see the striations of the metal having been worked and folded and reworked. And these have seen kind of recent use, maybe in the past even months.
Esmond he's crouched on the ground, looking the pickaxe over. He eventually, he puts on his glasses and closely looks over the handle and the pick itself. Then he stands up, pulling his glasses off. These weren't abandoned here. These are relatively new. They've been used within the past few months, I think.
Our mysterious friends. Someone isn't using this mine?
Could you say that again, Press? You broke up a lot.
Oh, our mysterious friends also using this mine? I guess maybe that's not. Is it not just other children playing around in here? The hideouts?
Chris, are there any other tracks around these tools at all that aren't ours?
Yeah, having that idea and looking around. Yeah, it has to be. You guys only just came in this room. I mean, even there's a lot of tracks in here, actually, a lot of disturbance in the dust.
I mean, if they're not abandoned and they belong to someone here who's still using them, we can just borrow them and bring them back once we're done.
No, that...
We'll just borrow one.
No, this isn't about borrowing the tools. These mines are abandoned. No one uses these. To say that these mines belong to anyone is... It doesn't make any sense. No one's claimed to have worked in these mines for years.
What if
If
it's...
someone's using them, if those are used. When she points at the nose her chin at the pickaxes.
Can I, DM, can I see where the tracks that are not ours lead to or come from?
Yeah, they seem to be mostly concentrated in the pathway that goes to the left and the one that goes to the right.
Somebody points at the one going to the right and says, that's also the way to the lower tunnel. I did not go on the other way. She's actually going to head the other way to the left tunnel to take a look.
Yeah, you take a look and you can see there's a lot more tunnel that goes that way too.
Wait.
You
want to look further?
Yes.
No.
You see a smirk kind of cross over Esmond's face when you say that. Oh. I'm kind of curious.
Question
Let's
is
see.
out or in?
Could you repeat that?
The question is out or in? Well, I guess we don't know which way is which. So down or left is the real question.
You said that down that tunnel, there was some planks of wood that you moved, and you could see that it went further down, like into the earth,
Yes.
right?
There was a small drop, 5 feet or so, and another tunnel that goes 2 ways.
Let's check the tunnel that you didn't observe before. Let's just walk down 10, 20, 30 feet. Let's see what we can find real fast.
Yeah, you go to the left tunnel, take a few steps in, and you can see that this tunnel goes for a while. It winds a little bit, has a little bit of a downgrade. You see disturbances in like the, I don't know if it'd be mud or it'd be dust, but disturbances on the ground of boot prints. You have no idea how long or how deep this tunnel goes.
I'll snag up one of the pickaxes before following along.
I'm gonna in the back. I don't know. I mean, what are we gonna say when we run into them? Oh, hey, can we borrow your pickaxe?
This isn't about borrowing these tools anymore. This is about. I mean, do we know anyone that would come down to the mines? Like,
Other than us? We're just as in the wrong.
I thought it was just going to be people like us. Ash or Ember or some other friends, or even younger maybe. But if the pickaxe is used, then that's probably not it. I think there's so much strange things going on right now. We are here. I want to find out at least one thing that is happening.
But we'll know who they are if they see the pickaxe that's there. It's out in the daylight, and we won't be meeting them in the middle of a cave. And then we'll know who they are, and it won't be scary.
No, this doesn't. No, it doesn't add up. This mine is dry. It's been dry for generations. There's nothing here anymore. The dwarves have complained about there being nothing in these mines or in the ruins for so long.
Maybe did we? Wait. Question. There's been like small earthquakes and stuff recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of the earthquakes, the earth shakes that happens, cracked open something, and someone found a thing.
Or worse, it trapped the people trying to check out the mines again. Like it could trap us. We should see if
Whoever's in here.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Yeah, whoever's in here isn't expecting to see anyone else. So we should be able to sneak up, see who it is, and leave.
You might also be hurt. We might need Doc down here with us.
I'm not too shabby if somebody's hurt.
Right. I forget that sometimes.
It's okay. Doc's really useful for the practical.
Her nickname is also Doc, so it just kind of stands out. I don't know. I want to keep moving forward. What about you guys?
Charlotte's just gonna start moving to the down tunnel.
Well, okay. That's one vote, I suppose. What about you guys?
Sorry, are you guys, is Charlotte going to the left tunnel or the right tunnel?
The right tunnel, because I thought that was what we were
The
talking
thing that
about.
goes to the down
Yeah.
is what you're planning? The 5
Yes.
foot down
Yes.
nook. And we gave Doc a time limit. We'll go another 15 minutes in, and then we'll come back. It'll be great.
DM, how long has it been since we came into the mine?
It probably took you, about 15 minutes to get to where you are now.
Okay, got it. As we continue into the mine, Esmond is going to try and keep a track of time in his head as best as he can.
Okay, yeah, so you guys retreat from that left tunnel that you had just gone a few feet down, and you go to the one that Charlotte had been to before. It doesn't take you very long at all before you get to where you see the boards that are covering up that small gap.
She'll lift aside the boards and kind of drop down.
Yeah, you move aside the boards, carefully drop down. It's not very far. Get down there, and once you get down there, you can see that there's a small alcove, almost like a catacomb, under. Yeah, the wall kind of tucks down to the right. And down there you see what seems to be a large bundle of like old. It looks like old cloth or fabric that's bundling something. Part of it's been kind of pulled open, and you see like a small package of like a brittle paper that's been torn open, and there are crumbs of some sort of hard bread all scattered around it. And you can see that the way the packages have been torn, some kind of animal's gotten into it. The bundle of fabric is wrapping something much larger than just that package, though.
She sniffs. Nobody can see her now, where she's smelling it with her mouth open. The bundle realizes it's probably just food, and then starts to unwrap the other bundle, the bigger bundle.
Okay. You smell some of smell some of the crumbs. It definitely has an aroma of food. You unwrap the rest of it, and wrapped in that bundle is pull the fabric away, and you see swords, dagger, axe. You see an unstrung short bow. You see an unstrung crossbow. The only time you've seen weapons, swords, weapons of war, has been maybe one time when a verdict passed through town. But here you see a collection of weapons, all very geometric and kind of blunt in their design. The swords have almost rectangular blades, sort of wide, square, or almost cubic pommels.
Is the style anything like other styles I've seen, like Warren or something?
You kind of think to stuff like that. Roll characters like intelligence based on knowledge and research and things like that.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. I think there's this vague reminiscent. There's something similar to this, and you've seen in old studies of dwarven architecture.
She tilts her head and is just going to pick them up. Probably not all at once because that would make a clatter, but as many as she can, and just like starts to pass them up to whoever's above, or if someone's coming down after.
Yeah, so after a moment, Shalati starts to hand up a sword, and then a short sword, a battle axe, crossbow, short bow, daggers, like a hammer pick kind of thing. So one after another, weapons.
There's a little bit of weird frisson having held these things. Sort of like, when someone in our day and age touches a gun for the first time, they're like, oh, wow.
There are also in there, again, with the bundle of food that you'd found, like the wrapped in paper, there's a couple more of those, and also some like leather sacks, things like that.
She will peer into the leather sacks.
And you open that up, and some jewelry drops into your hands. A couple of rings, and one of them is like almost like a circlet. Things like that.
She stares at them and then stuffs them back into the sack and also hands that up. She leaves the food there.
Whoa.
Shalati, what is all this? What is down there?
This is what I see. And is there anything else here besides that?
Just the
alcove?
No, just the bundle of things like that.
It's just this. It's not the tunnel, really. It's just a little chamber. I'm just gonna go back to the edge and hold our hands out to, get some aid.
Esmond and Belle will take one hand each and help you up. Does most of the work.
We should tell the sheriff?
I think so, yes. This is not just chickens anymore.
We should hurry.
I mean, how long has all this been here?
I don't want to find the people. This is...
There was food there. It was fresh, or edible at least.
Chris, am I able to determine how old the weapons appear to be?
Roll for like knowledge of metalcraft and things like that.
14, 3, 17 total.
Okay, yeah. You look at this, and these are very well made. It's not really, I guess, possible to know like exactly how old these are, but the craft is of such quality. As long as they were well maintained, I mean, something like this could last for hundreds of years. I think also, though, with that roll, you realize like the cloth and stuff is not that old, but the weapons are.
Someone... These weapons can last for hundreds of years. They're clearly dwarven made. So their quality isn't surprising. It's the leather, it's the cloth that they're wrapped in. This is... Someone hid all this here with these jewels and the food that you found, Shalati. Someone hid all this here recently.
Do you think it was one of the dwarves? Is that why they told us to stay away from the mines?
Well,
Doc would know. She spoke with them, I think, just a short time ago.
it's not against the law for them to hide some things out here. We really shouldn't be taking it.
No, it's not.
Yes, maybe we should leave them.
No, it's not. It's not against the law. Definitely not. It's But why would a member of our town, a fellow citizen, opt to hide high-quality weapons outside of town in a mine that has been abandoned that no one goes to? I don't think these were left here by one of the townsfolk.
Well, we can take a weapon or two, or evidence, and bring it in and show and tell somebody who's more responsible than us. I don't want to meet anybody who's stockpiling weapons inside of a cave,
Yeah, if they were on the up and up, they wouldn't be hiding it in a mine.
especially when everybody's fighting up at the thing.
That's true. This
This
could
is they
be
could be trying.
really good.
Yeah, I mean, not to sound alarmist or anything, but they could be, now that all the warriors are gone, biding their time before they come into town. I mean, what if they're not even part of town?
Dean, while they're all having that discussion, can I look through the bag of jewelry and jewels? Can I find anything that may have an insignia or an inscription of some kind, or something that has some kind of obvious design to it?
Yeah, looking through the rings, circlet bracelets, things that you find, they're in these leather sacks or leather pouches. The 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 designs are dwarven in the same way that the weapons are, but there are rare gemstones, rubies, sapphires, large value, very valuable that are in there. You can tell that these things are these things would be precious.
But there's nothing that has any kind of marking or insignia that would identify it as belonging to somebody or an organization of some kind.
Not that you're aware of.
These are also dwarven made. Why are they hidden with weapons, though?
What if it's? I mean, what if it is maybe not one of our shepherds and dwarves, but some other dwarves, and they are hiding things with their people from the past?
Well, are there any dwarves you trust to ask? They don't like me.
All I can think is that if it is the dwarves that Doc spoke to, they may not be too keen on us poking around here.
I mean, my only thought on that is, like, to what end would one of the dwarves of the town hide memorabilia of their past, of their ancestry? That doesn't add up either. Because they would either take these jewels and run, or share the wealth with their fellow dwarves, or even with the rest of the town.
Would they, if it is something that they did not want to share with others, but if they have family here, it's not so easy to leave. All might be in the area.
Everything and everyone is getting shipped off to the warfront. They don't want it sent away.
I can
Put it here.
respect that. We should ask the dwarf first before raising the alarm with the sheriff, then. And then, if it's some simple misunderstanding of them wanting to protect their heritage, that's okay.
So
It's their minds, right?
we go to the dwarves and they say, we went poking around in the mines. He told us not to go poking around in, and we found all these things that are really valuable.
Found a chicken and these things.
It's a nice thought, but I don't think it'll sit well with them.
DM. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you. Yeah.
DM, weird question. Gray, before I returned them to the workshop, you said that they were malfunctioning in a way that I had not seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Would it, just having looked, observed their movements and their erratic behavior, this is strictly just looking at it, just watching it, would it be possible to determine if it was sabotage?
Possible, but you would have to investigate much more closely to be able to determine that. But it's certainly possible.
I'm making a call right now. Let's take the pickaxes. Let's take some weapons. I'm taking these jewels with us. We will hide them at my workshop. And I need to check on Gray. Something isn't sitting right with me all of a sudden. With finding all these here, something isn't sitting right with me. I need to go check them out now.
Right.
Let's do it.
Right.
I think either we take all of them or we take none of them. But
then let's take all of them. Let's take all of them then.
We can't take all the weapons. We could take like one each.
That's too much.
We have friends to carry them in the wagon. We brought the wagon with us. The car. It was hell getting that up over the rocks.
The way they're wrapped in the satchels, if two people carried, you could carry them.
Okay. I'll hold the gems and underneath my robes, and no one will find them.
All right.
It's a mystery.
Okay. Let's get everything to the car. Let's move as quickly as we can back to the workshop. I'm going to need you guys to help to hide everything.
Moving back through the tunnels with care and haste, equipment in hand, isn't long until Ava. You see your friends come spilling out of the mouth of the cave. Chicken in your arms seems to have fallen asleep.
She continues sort of petting it as she sort of sees them and starts to slowly get up. Seeing that they obviously seem to have the tools as they have satchels on their back. So she's...
Shell? Or Shell's
on the way out, actually, I think Charlotte would have said, I'll meet you back at the town, at the workshop. And she is going to go investigate the left side of the tunnel.
By herself?
By yourself!
Oh, yes.
Charlotte, shit. Oh, go with her.
No. Yes, man, don't.
I'm
Stay here, or go the other way.
Charlotte, you can't go into the tunnel by yourself. We don't know who's down there.
It's probably the way out, because they did not come out the way we came in.
I mean, I understand, but...
And I want to know what they're coming out of. If they are dangerous, then we should know if they are coming out of town or not. I will be very, very careful. I promise.
That's fine.
My siblings would be very annoyed if I got myself killed.
Sure, they would be. You're not going by yourself. No one here is going to let you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to investigate, you should have someone with you. Who's the quietest out of all of us?
I'm already going to follow her. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
If you
you both should take maybe one of the weapons that we
as you say that, Esmond pulls a big fucking sword, Doc, that you see for the first time, out from the cart and carries it over to O.
Way ahead of you. He pulls one of the daggers out of his pouch.
Just a reminder of context. You guys have seen weapons like this maybe one time in your life from a distance.
So I was gonna snort and be like, "What? Are we heroes then? Do you not do you something?"
Well, but what if it's?
Am I seeing this? I'm sorry, I don't know where you guys are.
Yes, you are seeing this.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. Let's just say so you can be part of it. But we'll have done it, and then she'll be like, "I'm gonna go back." But
What? No. What? Where did you find those?
In the cave.
It's a long story. We can explain on the way.
it's not that long of a story. It was at the bottom of the hole.
Let's leave.
Okay, we're going to, but Shalati insists on going back into the fucking mines, so the three of us are going to go back to the workshop now. Those two are going to go investigate the mines again.
No, they shouldn't. Why would they? You don't need to go back in there. Why would you do that?
Okay, convince either of them to not go in there then, right now. Doc, I dare you.
Well, okay. How about this? You're going to go down the other path. Only go right. So that way, if we don't see you in the morning, we'll go and go right and can help. Maybe if you fell, or she starts unfurling the rope off of her and piling it up on top of Casey.
I mean, Shalati wants to look down the left path.
Those are weapons.
Well, then only go left. But just if it doesn't go well, that we can try to help.
All right. Fine. She looks distinctly sulky about this, but is nods and then kind of shoots a sidelong look at Casey and is going to start to walk back toward the cave.
Yeah, I follow.
Esmond grabs O by the shoulder as you're walking away. It's like pulls you in for just a whisper to your face. This is serious. All right, watch out for each other. Okay, we don't know what or who is down there. Yeah.
Run, don't fight. Run.
We'll be fine.
You better be. All right, bud.
Does Casey glow in the dark?
Probably some
Don't worry
lambers.
about it.
What's up on the hood?
If you hold your breath, like he dwindles down, so you can't see him, and then he breathes.
All right. Yeah. Ava's gonna try to stop Shao just for a second. Just what? Why are you going back? I don't. Those are real. Those are real weapons.
They are, and that sort of worries me. And I want to know how this person is getting around. I think if they have all this, they might be dangerous.
Then why would you go in there, just the two of you right now? Why don't we just tell everyone? We can get a big group. What are you gonna do now? Why?
I don't intend to fight anyone. I want to see where it comes out so that we have some more information.
What would you tell them? What would you learn to tell them that we couldn't tell them right now?
This is where it comes out. This is probably how this person is getting around, and maybe we can see some clearer blueprints and get some track sizes, see how many people there are, if there's more than one.
And she's still stroking the chicken nervously. I'll wait here, I guess. I'll
go back with Ismund. If we get that, if it goes out as I think it does, then we will just head straight back to the workshop.
She reaches around, keeps the chicken in one arm as it's sort of sleeping, and she slides a pouch around inside and sort of fumbles through it. She opens it up, sifts through it a little bit, and then she pulls out a small piece of chalk and she hands it over. She says, at least try to just do this so that we know where you went. You shouldn't go.
Brilliant.
That's very smart. Thank
But
you.
you shouldn't go.
She just gives her a hug and then is going to start moving away again.
All right, you see Shao and Casey vanish into the dark of the cave. Because it's late, I'm going to expedite two little scenes here. Question out of character. You guys took the weapons, you took the pouches with the jewelry. The packets of essentially like hard bread that you found, one of them torn open with some crumbs scattered around. Did you take those or leave those?
Yeah, she'll have to left those.
Okay, so you see Shalati and Casey vanish into the caves. The other four of you, good?
Casey was kind of beaming at Shalati during that whole exchange, and then looked really happy when she headed back into the cave and followed after.
I think when she's like giving like a sort of sullen sidelong look and then saw him beaming, she just turns really red and then just walks back even faster away.
The other four of you begin to head back into town. I'm going to skip kind of a couple of scenes here. Just so I know, Doc, Araya, Kibeth, and Asmund, where are you guys going? Are you going together to the workshop?
Yeah, I think that's where we're all going back to.
Okay.
Also, where are we keeping the other chicken? I can't remember.
We gave it back.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right. Forgot. Okay. Yeah.
We're going to hold on to this one until we can get an egg.
Okay.
I'm sure it's an egg.
2 quick little scenes here. It's been half an hour, maybe 45 minutes that Shalati and Casey have been venturing deeper into these caves. You begin to pick up this strange scent, something unusual. Probably something maybe not smelled before. This smells slightly familiar to Casey. You round a corner, and you come to, it looks like a small chamber where maybe people have been staying here, or they've been preparing here. You see old mining equipment. These are dilapidated pickaxes and some things like that are falling apart. An old table that's almost crumbling, but you see some newer crates. One of them is open. Has been pried open with a bar. And looking at the top, you see, I think you at least know what it is. I know what it is. You see cylindrical objects wrapped in a waxy paper, almost like a bit of candle wax, or almost like the wick of a candle. And you realize you're looking at mining explosives. A crate of them.
How many crates are there?
Or three crates. Mining explosives. Back in the workshop.
Casey, stay away.
Oh, shit.
At the workshop, you guys have gone and parents are asleep. You are with Gray in the back. You've opened up main chassis, looked around. Doesn't look like anyone's been tampering too much with the gears. Can't figure out what might be wrong. Everything looks like it's in order. But then you realize as you kind of pull back one of the apparatus to have a look at the interior, you realize what's wrong. It's the compass. You face the automaton. You know he's facing north. The compass doesn't say north. And that's where we'll end for tonight.
Yes!
But that doesn't explain the lighthouse. Because they were following the stars.
Wait, the compass doesn't say north?
Mm-hmm.
North is pointing. North is in the wrong direction.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like they changed out a wheel or something.
Out of curiosity, I don't know if you want to answer yet. The direction that it is pointing to as north. What direction is that facing?
Nice, not leading question.
Yeah, no, it's off just a bit, not too much, but just a bit.
Oh, I'm so excited.